solutions of Latin America and the Caribbean to the world to face climate change challenge, we are entering different strategic ecosystems, and what we've chosen today is the Patagonia, which covers the Patagonian forests and the steppe in Argentina and Chile, as you know. It is an ecosystem hosting very wide biodiversity with over 80 native mammals, but is facing many problems, especially given the introduced species affecting the plants, many of which are endemic. Global warmth also affects ocean species, and today we have different experts coming from different organizations, and they'll tackle the different problems of Patagonia. And the goal is for us to have a very fruitful discussion and that we can talk about the value of Patagonia to face the climate change and to talk about the different vulnerabilities as a consequence of climate change. We will see a video first and then we will have the panel.
América Latina y el Caribe es una de las regiones más ricas del planeta en diversidad biológica. Alberga el 70% de la biodiversidad mundial y 6 de sus países son considerados megadiversos. Esta extraordinaria riqueza natural se concentra en una serie de ecosistemas estratégicos que se extienden a lo largo de la geografía americana y caribeña y prestan servicios ecosistémicos esenciales para la vida en la región. La Amazonía, el Cerrado, la Mata Atlántica, el Pantanal, el Gran Chaco, el bioma Pampa, la Cuenca del Plata, la Patagonia, la Antártida con presencia latinoamericana, la zona de surgencia de la corriente de Humboldt, los Andes tropicales que albergan los páramos, la región Tumbes-Chocó-Magdalena, el corredor biológico mesoamericano, los manglares y el Mar Caribe. Compartida por los países de Argentina y Chile, y con más de 1 millón de kilómetros cuadrados de extensión, la Patagonia alberga algunas de las áreas silvestres más extensas de nuestro planeta. Está compuesta por 2 grandes ecorregiones, la estepa y los bosques patagónicos. Fría y extremadamente seca, donde predomina la vegetación baja y arbustiva, la estepa patagónica enfrenta riesgo de extinción debido a la disminución de su extensión, inicialmente causada por incendios intencionales, entre otras causas asociadas a la ganadería y a otros rubros productivos. Por su parte, los bosques patagónicos se localizan en regiones montañosas del sur de Chile y suroeste de Argentina, y se caracterizan por un clima húmedo y frío, debido a la influencia de masas de aire húmedo del Pacífico, que pierden humedad al cruzar la cordillera de los Andes. La gran biodiversidad que posee la Patagonia, con 84 especies de mamíferos nativos, como el puma o el guanaco, enfrentan graves problemas debido a especies introducidas que afectan a las comunidades de plantas, muchas de las cuales son endémicas. Uno de los principales servicios ecosistémicos que aporta este ecosistema estratégico, en especial los bosques templados, es el secuestro y almacenamiento de carbono, por lo que su protección es vital para la lucha frente a los efectos adversos del cambio climático. Para alcanzar un manejo integrado de la tierra, el agua y los recursos vivientes, que promueva su conservación y uso sostenible de una manera equitativa, es necesario buscar un enfoque ecosistémico que permita comprender las relaciones espaciales y funcionales entre los componentes de los ecosistemas naturales, así como los transformados, sin olvidar que el ser humano y su diversidad cultural son parte integral de los mismos. CAF, Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe, ha adoptado este enfoque ecosistémico en sus operaciones, que trasciende límites jurisdiccionales y permite trabajar en proyectos de verdadera integración regional. Un enfoque con visión de largo plazo que respete las distintas dimensiones, escalas y procesos de estos ecosistemas con el firme objetivo de proteger, mantener y administrar efectivamente este abundante patrimonio, fuente de soluciones basadas en la naturaleza para los grandes desafíos que el mundo enfrenta. K. Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe.
Bueno, pues muchas gracias a todos los
Thank
asistentes
you so much to all the
al evento
attendees
y a todos los que nos
to this
estáis
event
viendo
and
online.
everybody watching online.
Este es un panel que para mí es crucial porque es una
This panel for me
cuestión que no
is crucial
tiene
because this
aún
is
el reconocimiento
a
y la
topic
importancia
that
que merecen las conversaciones
still
sobre
doesn't
cambio,
have the necessary
sobre cambio
attention
climático.
on
Siempre
climate change.
siempre nos centramos
We always focus
en los combustibles fósiles
on fossil
y en el
fuels
desarrollo
and in the
de las energías
development
renovables y la
of
transición
renewable
energética, que es una
energies
parte
and energy transition,
crucial
which is a
de la
crucial part
solución.
of the
Pero a mí hay una
solution.
cosa que me parece
But there is one thing
fundamental
I
entender, que es que la crisis
think is essential to
climática, el
understand.
calentamiento por
The
la
climate
acumulación
crisis,
de gases de efecto invernadero
the warming
atmosférico, no
because
es
of the
algo
accumulation of
que podamos
atmospheric
separar
greenhouse
de las
gases is
condiciones
not something that we can separate
de la
from
vida
the
en la Tierra, la
conditions
atmósfera y la
of
biosfera. No
life
son dos
in
cosas
the planet. The
separadas, son la
atmosphere
misma
and the
cosa, forman
biosphere are
parte
not
de un
two separate
ciclo.
things, they're
Y
part of the same
a mí hay
cycle.
una forma de verlo que me parece
And
muy
there is a way of
clarividente
seeing this,
y
which I think is very
muy provocadora,
clarifying
que es que al
and
final la
empowering.
crisis climática está causada por la crisis
The
climática está causada
climate
por la
crisis
pérdida
is
de vida
caused
en la Tierra.
by the
Es
loss
decir,
of life
todos los seres vivos
on
estamos
Earth.
hechos de
All
carbono. En los últimos
living
pocos
beings are
siglos
made up
hemos
by
degradado los
carbon,
ecosistemas
and
a
in
gran
recent
escala,
years
la
we've
biodiversidad ha
degraded the
disminuido
ecosystems.
alarmantemente y todo ese
The
carbono que formaba parte
biodiversity
de una red
has
complejísima,
dropped alarmingly,
maravillosa,
and all
estable,
this
desarrollado
very
durante miles
complex
de
and
millones, se ha
stable
combinado con el oxígeno
network
y se ha convertido en CO2.
has
Entonces,
combined with oxygen,
a la vez
has been
que
transformed into CO2,
avanzamos
and
en esa
as we move
descarbonización
forward in this
de la
decarbonization
economía, tenemos que traer la
of the
vida de vuelta
economy,
a la
we
Tierra,
need
a
to
los
bring
ecosistemas. Y esto implica
life back to the
restaurar,
ecosystem. This
regenerar,
means
restablecer
to
todos los
restore and
lazos rotos.
reestablish all the
Y el
broken
ejemplo que
bonds.
tenemos hoy como
And
ecosistema del día de Patagonia es
the
especialmente
example we have today
paradigmático
of
porque
Patagonia,
la
it
Patagonia
is a
alberga algunos
paradigm
de los
because
ecosistemas
the
más ricos del
Patagonia
planeta,
holds one of
alberga
the
bosques, alberga
richest and
turberas,
wealthiest
alberga praderas,
ecosystems in the
alberga
world.
ecosistemas oceánicos
It hosts
extremadamente ricos. Y mientras
extremely
nos estamos
rich
gastando 3
oceanic
billones en crear
ecosystems
máquinas que filtren el
and
aire con
peat bog
ventiladores
and
y
different
extraigan
forests. And
el CO2,
as
tecnologías que
long
aún no
as we
funcionan.
have
En esta
technologies,
tenemos una
or we
tecnología
don't have
que lleva
technologies that
miles
work
de
at
millones de
scale,
años de
we have a
investigación,
technology
investigación
that
y desarrollo
has
totalmente
had thousands of years
madura
on research, which is
y que tenemos
absolutely
que
mature.
escalar. Es una
And we
tarea, no
need to
puede ser
escalate that. It's
más
something
hermosa
that
traer la vida de vuelta a
couldn't
la
be
Tierra, hacerlo
nicer,
de la
bringing
mano de las personas
life
para
back to
aprender a
earth hand in
coexistir
with people to
con la
learn how to
naturaleza, a
coexist
avanzar
with
hacia
nature,
técnicas de
to
gestión del
move
territorio, de
towards
producción de alimentos, de prosperidad,
land
que sean
management techniques
compatibles
and
con
prosperity techniques that are compatible
prosperidad de los ecosistemas, con el
with the
enriquecimiento
prosperity of ecosystems
de la biodiversidad. Muchas veces
and
se
with the
enfoca en las
enhancement
masas la
and
conservación de
enrichment of
la
biodiversity.
naturaleza
Sometimes
como
preservation of
un
nature is
lujo,
seen
como
as a
algo que se
luxury,
pueden permitir,
as
como un
something
acto caritativo que pueden hacer los países
charitable,
ricos porque, bueno, pues se pueden permitir preocuparse
something rich countries can
por
afford to
esos
do
temas. Y en mi
because
opinión
they
es
can
exactamente
afford to
al
think
revés. Es
about
decir,
those topics. But in my
el
opinion,
ciclo,
this is quite the
digamos,
opposite.
que se está
The
viendo
cycle
acelerado por
that is
el
being
caos climático, por
accelerated
el
because of the
aceleramiento
climate chaos
de,
and
eh,
the speeding up
del, por el cambio de las estaciones, por
because of
esa
the change
disrupción
of
del ciclo
seasons
esperable,
the disruption of the expected climate worsened by over-exploitation of land ecosystems, the loss of resilience, unavoidably takes us to a generation cycle where scarcity starts to prevail and to take us to poverty, that generation wheel that take us to a world of scarcity with loss of biodiversity, rainfall, water, pollinizers, the loss of the pillars that hold our prosperity. Well, we need to revert that and to start a new regeneration cycle, a new era for humanity. And we need to update our practices so as to learn how to live together with nature. And for this to happen, we need financial support. CAF's approach of having a comprehensive perspective, even the prosperity of the local populations, so they don't conceive preservation of nature as a threat to their prosperity, but rather the opposite, including supports, information, incentives, strategic plans that include all the population in this task in their own benefits and in the benefit of humanity, to reestablish our great carbon sinks, and we are attending turning points. Either carbon sinks are turned into carbon emitters, and then nature will stop helping us cooling the planet, and this will become a problem because it will release the carbon it has in its ecosystems, and we need to have a great mission that involves all the different aspects of society, with emphasis in rural areas, agriculture, farming, to have a global transition towards regenerative practices, and this focus of looking at the solutions that entail prosperity in the short and the mid run for the local population. This requires the decisive support of governments, of financial institutions. There's no better investment than bringing life back to our planet and bringing prosperity back to all our countries. So we're going to start after this small introduction with a conversation. I want us to start with Joel Watson of the Global Wildlife Conservation Society. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Shall I get up and speak? Yep. Great.
Okay.
Does this work? Yeah. Great. Can I hand this back to? Thank you very much, and thank you for that introduction. So my name is Joe Woolston, and I run the Wildlife Conservation Society global programs. So I am here, as you can see, not as an expert of Spanish or of Patagonia, but to put the Patagonia ecosystem into a global context. I manage a program over 60 countries and 3,500 staff. And it was my great pleasure to visit Patagonia last year for the first time, both Chile and Argentina, and to visit some of these ecosystems and the communities who are working and living in this area. So, Patagonia, on a global level, of course, whilst Patagonia is not the most species-rich area of the world, and is not necessarily got the greatest coral reefs of this world, we often forget that actually it has some unique values, which is nowhere else in the world. And we must not, and we must bring more attention to the values of Patagonia. So the first is that again, many of you will know, it has a unique assemblage because of where it is biogeographically, on the extreme of a continent already so varied and rich. But Patagonia is made up of multiple ecosystems within it, but also ecosystems which are intrinsically linked also with the welfare, livelihoods, and economies of local peoples and communities. It still has, unlike many parts of the world, many species which their origins, their wild origins of domestic forms are still alive. We have lost them in many parts of the world, but for every llama and alpaca, there is a guanaco and a vicuña. And these species still live up and down in areas around both Argentina and Chile. And this relationship between their wild species and the domestic species is an incredibly important one that must not be lost. So here is the map, as we all know, of Patagonia, representing, of course, the coastal and marine values of the region, not just the terrestrial values. And delighted to have an expert here who is going to speak to you more, Eduardo, about the marine ecosystems, but also of systems which are often underrepresented and underconsidered. I was amazed at the richness of the steppe. When you look at it in a photograph, often distant, it just looks like a very normal area. When you get into the richness and uniqueness and the endemism that you certainly see in some of these places, really makes Patagonia stand out. But of course, as you can see here, you don't need to be an expert to imagine how vulnerable this is also to climate change. But also, Patagonia is one of the world's most important areas for peatlands. And again, this is underrepresented at the moment, because these peatlands are not only incredibly important, but through climate change and other pressures that we will see, it could release some of the greatest contributions to carbon emissions from the whole region. And so to conserve and protect these peatlands is not just a local issue and a community and government issue, it's also a global issue. And again, why more global attention should be on the peatlands of Patagonia. But let's not forget also that whilst a lot of forests have been lost, the richness of the forest in the south of Patagonia are some of the most incredible forests I've seen. And I've been around many, many parts of the world, but I was struck by the amazing subtropical forests and temperate forests of those areas. Many more similar, in my mind, to the boreal forests I saw in places like Canada and Russia. But it's still very much intact and as such threatened by climate change and many other forms of conversion. But again, when people think of Patagonia, sometimes they don't think of the extent of the forest that it still has. And then, of course, the species that it has. So again, many people will talk about Patagonia and the condor. Everyone knows the condor, and maybe the puma, as we saw in the video. But who knows about the flamingo? Who knows about the Andean cat that's still in those areas? So it is an amazing assemblage of birds, mammals, predators, and other species. And that's before Eduardo is going to talk about the seas off the coast here. And this is where we are now. And I was struck also by the incredible richness of these oceans. So in the land, we often think that as you go to the tropics, you get more species and more tropical rainforests and more rich species. But often in the oceans, you can go to the colder oceans here and get incredible abundance and richness of species not seen in many other parts. And of course, not only the open oceans, but the fjordlands and these incredibly rich and complex freshwater and saltwater systems. And again, this is just a taste of what Eduardo will tell you about with the marine forests here. And again, the world is not filled with just coral reefs on the coasts of this world. It's filled with kelp forests. It's filled with a whole range of other ecosystems, which not only have a unique biodiversity themselves, but are crucially important for the economies of both indigenous peoples, local communities, and governments. And again, a number of species that I won't dwell on here that we need to save, not only because they are themselves threatened, but because of that livelihood value. And I should say, that you can see the elephant seals there of Patagonia. The other crisis, of course, the world is facing is a health crisis, where more and more zoonotic diseases, because of our broken relationship and nature, are emerging from the wild, being having spillovers into human populations, but also into other wildlife. And at the moment, there is a tragedy going on in Patagonia with the death of huge numbers of seabirds, and now elephant seals are dying in large numbers because of avian influenza. Again, another human-induced zoonotic spillover into not only people, but into other forms of nature, which we must address if Patagonia is to retain its values. And then also, of course, the indigenous peoples and local communities. This is when I went to Caroquinca in Chile, in Tierra del Fuego, and met with the Selknam. The Selknam are a group that have been displaced from their lands. And we are working with the remaining populations to bring back autonomy and control over lands. And this is in the Caroquinca, because again, much of the connections with nature has been lost through industrial conversion. And actually, much of the way in which we can save Patagonia's lands and seas is through re-establishing a connection with nature. And nobody understands that connection better than the indigenous peoples and local communities of this area. So there is an obvious, strong way to intertwine ecological and cultural restoration. And it is restoration because so much of that connection has been lost. Of course, we're going to hear more about the threats. The threats aren't just local, but for many of the industries, we must also not forget that some of the things that have helped economies grow are now the same things that are threatening the economies from sustaining. So just because it worked in the past does not mean it is also going to work in the future. Much of the lands of Tierra del Fuego and the Patagonia in the north have been highly degraded by too heavy industrial use of livestock and grazing, and combined with climate change, that has to change if those lands are to be productive, both for people and for nature. Unsustainable fisheries. Fishing must, of course, be a core part of the economy, and yet the unsustainable fishing and sometimes the illegal fishing by other countries in these waters is leading to a loss of coastal fishing. And pelagic fishing affects coastal fishing, and coastal fishing affects local communities and peoples. And so we must address both at the deep sea level, industrial fishing, and at the coastal level. But also, what struck me in Patagonia when I went there was the incredible opportunities also for renewable energies, the wind, the sea, far more than many places I've been in the world, offer incredible opportunities to make that transition, to be a powerhouse, to be a power generator through its natural resources, rather than depending on extracting carbon from the ground and burning that carbon. And so there are opportunities, I feel, for that transition to drive economies and drive societies in a way that is not obvious in some other parts of the world. And so I also saw some amazing opportunities for linkages between communities in production and commerce, and through both novel forms of relationships with nature, which could have commercial benefits. And I think there are opportunities there, both in Argentina and Chile, which I saw, but also we must have these around the protected areas. And by protected areas, I mean not just the traditional protected areas, but other areas of conservation management, effective areas of conservation management, indigenous and local community protected areas, and other forms of local management. And then, of course, through that, you have, again, in the region, this relationship between governments and civil society. There are extraordinary opportunities, I believe, for that connection to reestablish themselves. There are strong civil society movements going on. Those must be supported. But those links with government are essential. They cannot be in isolation of governments. There must be a rebuilding of trust where it can be between governments and communities, especially with indigenous peoples and their lands and seas. And that really must be at the heart of a combined solution between nature and climate change. And again, I would suggest that there is a very obvious way of linking cultural and environmental restoration. And through that, I think it will be the most effective way at addressing some of the climate change mitigation through those, establishing what it means for natural capital in these areas in the context of Patagonia, which is not the same context as Asia, not the same context as Europe, not the same context as Africa. And also creating these funds. I think you have very different economies with very different histories, but in both of those, there are strong opportunities for creating national funds to go into local solutions for recovering what is now an extraordinary. And I leave you with this one picture, because we must continue to remind people that these are not just the southerly extremes of the Amazon rainforest. These are unique habitats represented nowhere else in the world, threatened like nowhere else in the world by the three existential threats: the loss of biodiversity, the pressures of climate change, and the persistent threat of zoonotic disease outbreaks. And as I look here, I see success stories as well. The recovery of the great whales around the world is because we made a decision to stop hunting them. And what happens now? Every single species but one of great whales is improving around the world. I've gone to places in both Argentina and Chile where I see wildlife coming back through local management, supported by governments in the region. But also I see novel threats. I see elephant seals dead on the beaches of Argentina and Chile. I see penguins and albatrosses dying through avian influenza. And I see climate change impacting flamingos and their last remaining habitats for those species. So I would not just say to you as experts and people of those countries, but I would say to our global compatriots, let's pay more attention to what's happening in the extreme of Latin America, because this is where climate change will be felt first. This is where the solutions must be found first. And these, therefore, are the places that can give us lessons about how to address other threats in other parts of the world as they start to impact these places first. So I would close by saying I'm looking forward to hearing the experts now speak, of which I am not one. But I would encourage the world, again, to recognize the unique values of Patagonia, celebrate them as well, and look forward to hearing more about the solutions coming out of CAF. And thank you for your help today. Thank you.
Bueno, y ahora, después de esta inspiradora y
So after this inspiring and full intervention, we will hear from Eduardo Sorensen. He is a marine photographer, and he will also deliver a presentation. Thank you so much. My name is Eduardo Sorensen. I'm an underwater photographer, and I'm going to deliver a presentation on the underwater Patagonia, an unknown area, a place we have called one of the latest climate shelters in the world. So we already had a very good introduction by Joel on Patagonia on its surface. And now I invite you to deep dive and go underwater in Patagonia. Patagonia, I'm going to speak specifically about the Chilean Patagonia because we also have the Argentinian Patagonia, but I'm going to talk about the Chilean Patagonia. And it has a surface area that goes covers all this area of 1,500 kilometers, a very vast area. And in fact, it's been calculated that if this extended to the entire coast, it would be over 80,000 kilometers. That's twice, going around the world twice. We've been on some expeditions on fjordlands and the canals, and sometimes the sea is calm and allows us to work calmly and at ease. The richness of the water comes from freshwater glaciers such as Campo de Hielo Norte and Campo de Hielo Sur, north and south. They are rich in nutrients and they go onto the sea. But there's also an archipelago in southern area of Patagonia, very difficult to access, hardly any pathways at all, and the only way of getting there is through navigation or by air when the climate is all right. And this has meant that Patagonia continues to be a natural lab, not to exploit it. The islands that constitute the Patagonia make up this vast coast, and we have had the privilege of dive in some of them. And here we found, for instance, sea mammals. The place to see the greatest amount of sea mammals is Patagonia. And also, we can see blue whales, which is the biggest mammal in the world, and the chungungo, a species of otter, which is the smallest mammal in the world and also in Patagonia, so an area of contrasts. We have different corals, anemone, sponges, hard and rigid corals such as the arena, and also starfish, Pluma nervuda, and a group of scientists in the Winai station in a fjord called Kumau found coral banks that should be 200 to 300 meters deep, and they're at 15 meters deep here. You can see the details of this coral, so different snails, starfish, nudibranchs, urchins. All these are species that we still need to study and get to know well. Much of it may have applications for science or for the pharmaceutical industry, and we still don't know. So very big anemone, feudal, fish of all kinds and sorts. We can find stones in the Patagonia covered by, completely covered by life without a single square centimeter where there's no life growing. And specifically, what I wanted to tell you today was about the kelp or macroalgae forests. These are very interesting ecosystems known as bioengineering forests. They are capable of producing tridimensional structures around which there's a wide diversity of species living around there. Over 200 species live and depend on these ecosystems. And in this specific case, Macrocystis, which is the algae we're looking at, and it has some pneumatocytes, which are those floaters, and that allows for the algae or weed to go up into the surface to carry out photosynthesis and to float. This is an image showing the relationship between underwater forests and surface forests. Very likely, everything is interconnected, as I was saying at the very beginning. The nutrients coming from rivers reach the sea, and because of that, we have such rich waters here. It is sometimes striking to see that protection is separated, land and sea. Perhaps everything should be interconnected. Charles Darwin, 200 years ago, when he traveled through the Beagle Channel, named after the ship or vessel he was in, he was very much struck by these microcystic ecosystems. And he said, the quote is around, I can't really remember, but he said that if these macrocyst forests were to be extracted, the effect would be worse than tropical rainforests. We are currently trying to study the capacity to absorb carbon in these forests. There's no clear studies, so I dare not give you figures at this time, but we know that they absorb a lot of carbon and that they also do carbon sequestration. But what we do know is that all these ecosystems are like nurseries, nurseries for many species, like this sardine. and they also provide ecosystemic services to human beings, especially species for very important for fisheries like octopus in the Patagonia, urchins, the spider crab, and the banks of chorritos. There's also a series of species, around 200, that live and depend on the micro-sized forests, and they have not been studied, and the benefits for human beings have not been studied or are not well known, such as sponges, anemone, ophiro, the spider crab, and sea wolves, or these fish that basically use all these forests to feed. And there's a very interesting relationship called between the omona, the small shrimp that we see to the left, and it lives in great amounts in these forests, and the humpback whale. And there are some scientists studying that the humpback whale juveniles feeds in 60% of ammonite because it's very rich in nutrients. It has a feeding capacity which is very high.
However, there are also threats. If you see the weed forests, they are intact. However, in the northern part of Chile, there is an illegal extraction of weeds that is affecting severely the ecosystem. Here we have a video that we're going to show you in which we can clearly see how snorkelers extract the seaweeds from its anchorage points, and they extract the seaweed, of course, but also more than the 200 species that live intertwined with them. So this is happening in the Patagonia, or not yet, because this is happening in Chile, but still it is a threat. Why? Well, because these weeds are very expensive. They are used to produce cosmetics and very expensive products. They are sold in Asian countries more especially. And that's why it is very important to protect the Patagonian forests now more than ever. This is the aspect of the seabed without seaweeds. We have nothing. We just have some starfishes, that's it. But there is no life. It is not a life-generating area, and this is what we want to avoid. Another threat, it's the intense fishing of salmon in the Patagonian region. We can clearly see it in the naked eye, but it produces waste. We can see bags that fall into the seabed, or because they just throw them away if they are of no use. We have to remember that universally, or at a global level, better said, the sea has been used as a huge landfill, and these sediments are called dead, literally. And why? Well, because we have the anchorage points that are not cleaned. It is not worth cleaning them, so they just, well, throw them away, and that's it. And we can see that the seabed is completely lifeless. Another important contamination is plastic. Actually, we have a lot of plastic buoys that can be found underwater, as you can see on the right picture. We also have some fishing nets that fall again on the seabed. And what's the effect of this? Well, we also have the seawalls that actually are damaged by the nets. They end up growing, and well, they will be strangled actually by these nets. But there are good news actually, and I'd like to tell you that we have created a group with some scientists and documentalists, and the project consists of gathering information regarding the marine areas of the Patagonia that have the greatest diversity of life and to classify them and create transects. Give me 1 second, says the speaker. I wanted to show what a transect is. Could we please play the video? No? Can we not? Well, thank you. I'm sorry. This is a video. Can we please play it? No? Oh, there we go. Thank you. Thanks for that. So transects consist of the following. A snorkeler has this device underwater that is 25 meters long, and they're going to count the species that he or she sees on the right and on the left. So it's in total 50 square meters, and hence we can determine what's the biodiversity in those 50 square meters. Here you can only see one part of that. You can see the snorkeler creating the transects and the biodiversity that one can see underwater. So a snorkeler will count the fish, another one will count the seaweeds, and a third one will count the biodiversity of the transect. So our project consists of creating a mega transect in the Patagonian region to determine what are the areas that are better conserved, better preserved, and that have a better representation of the Patagonia, so that we can raise a proposal of what are the priority areas, and we really hope that they will become protected areas. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias, Eduardo. Ahora voy a
Thank you very much, Eduardo.
Carmen Virasoro, que es la
Now we will have
agroclimática
Carmen
y
Virasoro,
desarrollo,
Director of Agroclimatic
que también va a
Solutions,
participar en el
who will
panel.
also participate in the panel.
Me ha interesado muchísimo la presentación del
Your presentation was very interesting. However, I'm sorry I'm late. But I would like to underline that here, this panel represents a great opportunity for the Chilean and Argentinian Patagonia, because we can do a lot when it comes to carbon sequestration. And here there are different aspects to take into consideration. But one bullet point that I'd like to convey is the soil carbon capture and the improvement of productivity when it comes to the cattle industry and livestock. Because what's the situation like now? Well, we have to know that currently in the Patagonia, we have a very rich area in terms of grazing, for example, but we have a lot of livestock, and this is very important. This is a richness. So we have been working on several models that apply the regenerative cattle industry and regenerative agriculture. So other than creating this capital, because we will be improving the carbon situation, we also improve the productivity conditions of the soil. We also increase the value. So we add value to the kilo of meat that's produced, and above all, we improve the conditions, the living conditions of agricultures and farmers. And this has a great impact also on employment and also on the overall productivity of the provinces and the bioregions in general. And that is why this is a very important question that we have to tackle. And that's why the support from the CAF and the international community is necessary. So, by the way, congratulations for your presentation. And as I was saying, we need the support because a great project that would be very important would be to measure, in the case of the Chilean, Argentinian, Patagonia, the carbon breaches. So to do a comparison of what the situation is like now and how much we will gain in terms of carbon capture when it comes to soil carbon capture and other types of carbon capture, taking into account all of the techniques that exist as for today. And this work has already been done in Argentina in some regions. And again, I'd like to insist that it is very important because it can offer a very clear information so that we are able to identify what are the projects that we can relatively quickly start to implement. This carbon bridge study is very important, and we would need the support from CAF if this is to happen. And we would also work on many other aspects that have already been mentioned by my colleague. So what is the array of work lines that can be carried out in the Argentinian and Chilean Patagonia? Taking into account the importance of energy transition and on an economy that's low in carbon. And the most important thing is that we have to focus on people, on the productive population, and on all the activities that the Patagonia region can offer, because there are many, and I'm sure you know them very well. So this is the invitation that I do to all of you, because the consultants, private and public sectors, all of the actors and players, all of the communities, we are really waiting these type of initiatives so that we can go towards the objectives of 2030 when it comes to the energy transition, and to have an economy that's low in carbon, so that we can have a carbon low meat, and we can measure how much we emit an issue in terms of carbon, and also so that we can respect the requirements with regards to international trade, because as you know, this is a reason of concern for our community, because the requirements are more strict every time, so that the producers can make a great effort to abide by them. And a last observation that I'd like to convey is that Argentinian and Chilean Patagonia are perfectly equipped to go towards energy transition in a quick way. When it comes, for example, to green hydrogen, as my Chilean and Argentinian colleagues are doing already, especially if I'd like to mention the Rio Negro region, and we have bet also on wind power. And some of our colleagues, our technical experts and scientific, are very much interested in the possibility of sea wind powers. Why am I saying this? Well, because we've seen a breakthrough in Europe and China, and this market in terms of investments is expected to multiply its value by 15 times. So we have to seize these opportunities for both Chile and Argentina, so that we can truly benefit from these types of projects. And I'd like to underline this again. I cannot insist enough. I know that this technology is not mature enough in our region, that's true, but if we see the curve of investment, we might ask ourselves, why do we want to stay behind? No, what I say is that we have to move forward and to invest more on that. So that was my insight, my comment. It's true that this is not my domain. I don't work on the energy industry, but I think this is worth noting, because this is what we want. We want to have an Argentinian and Chilean Patagonia with a low carbon production, and we have to be pioneer in clean energies. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bueno, muchas gracias. La
Well,
verdad que
thanks again.
tres intervenciones
Actually, these three interventions were
muy completas,
very, very
inspiradoras. Ahora ya
thorough and
tenemos
inspiring
un
too.
espacio
And now
de 15
we're going
minutos
to
aproximadamente,
launch a
en el que
quarter of an
vamos a
hour,
tener
let's say 15 minutes,
una conversación.
and we're going to
¿Te parece,
have a
Alicia,
conversation now.
importante el foco que ponías en la
I think
en la
it's very
prosperidad,
important, something that you said.
prosperidad local, en
You
un
were
entorno
mentioning local prosperity.
de aunar la protección,
We
la
have to find a way to
recuperación,
merge
a la
protection,
producción
regeneration,
con la salud de
restoration,
la población,
and
¿no? Que al final
the support of the local population, because at the end of the day, they're going to determine whether a project of conservation has been successful or not, because the local population has to or can support a project or can, on the other hand, boycott a project if they have other needs to cover. So that's why you mentioned that these needs have to be merged. And I think it's very interesting. And that's why I'd like to ask you, to all of you, if you have an analysis or an experience to share out of everything we've seen. For example, Eduardo, in your case, you've traveled a lot, I guess, and you've done many expeditions. So have you come up with a way of creating a local development and protect and restore the ecosystems in the sea, for example? Do you think it is possible to extract some kelp, so the seaweeds that were mentioned, without having to deroot it? So have you come up with an initiative to really come to an agreement and not exploit, for example, the fishing resources? Well, in the Patagonia, we're not extracting kelp from a commercial point of view. We could have a regulated extraction. That's true, yeah. In the rest of the countries in which kelp is extracted, you have to know that kelp comes from crops. And in Chile is exactly the opposite. 98% of kelp comes from natural populations and only 2% comes from crops. And in the rest of countries is the opposite. So 98% of kelp extraction comes from crops and 2% is illicit or illegal, if you wish. So if we could regulate this, I think we could think of a commercial activity in the area, of course, but I think it would be a bad idea to extract local populations and natural populations, because some species depend on these kelp forests, and this is very much interlinked. So if we had a kelp crop, yes, but as for natural populations, I think they should remain intact. That's my opinion. Well, just to add up something that what my colleague just said, you have to know that in the carbon capture projects in the market, there is an element that adds a lot of value in the project, which is biodiversity protection. So any project focused on a carbon market must take these elements into consideration, because what Eduardo has said is very interesting. Why? Because if you had one of these lines, it will be much more interesting for investors. I'd like to start a debate now on what should happen if we wanted to have a complete and thorough protection of the Patagonia. What should happen here? How should we protect the areas so that they remain intact? How could we intervene? How could we work with farmers and local communities? Do you think it is possible to come to an agreement, to meet halfway?
I think it's not a question of halfway. Halfway tends to be more of a compromise, and I think there are many opportunities for actually looking at the systems from at scale. I think at the first one, if you're thinking about nature conservation broadly, we must start protected areas are the foundation, the anchors. We must have those as the anchors of all the important systems. Beyond that, you have landscapes and seascapes, which include people, indigenous people, allowing them to reclaim and strengthen their land and seas and management of those areas. So you have those integrated landscapes with people, but in nature, anchored around protected areas with communities. And then above that, you then need to shift these subsidies and to move away from these actions that may have been useful in the past, but under a climate change are going to, for instance, certain land use patterns, intensifications that under climate change are going to reduce the soil quality of these areas and are no longer going to be sustainable. But they're still propped up by perverse subsidies. This is not just Patagonia, this is globally around the world. And those subsidies must shift to those systems which can do that. Then fourthly, the energy transition, of course, mentioned here before again. Wonderful opportunity for Patagonia to be a global leader in that energy transition and remove from the dependency on oil and gas. And then finally, I think there needs to be also, as with the rest of the world, a cultural revolution as well, where people are happy to vote for, invest in, and advocate for nature. And that happens through the urban areas as much as anywhere. It's these environmental revolutions are as much urban issues as they are rural. But our economies, our governments must listen to a populace that is saying, we want this change to happen. We want these subsidies to change. We want these industries to change. We want our jobs, our future, our children to be part of a healthy economy, not just a dying economy and a dying nature. So I think, again, it is no different. As a foreigner, I can say it is no different to many parts of the world that I see. But I see extraordinary opportunities specifically within Patagonia that must come. But now I hand over to the experts for those regions.
Sí, hay un tema interesante con el tema
it is very interesting. And with regards to kelp, again, because this is my domain of expertise, and that's why I insist so much on that. And this is very much related to culture. Because in the northern part, well, you have to know that kelp is present in the north and south of the Pacific Ocean. And in the northern part, which is California and Mexico, we can see that it's endangered. There is almost no kelp there in that region. And if we go now to Oregon and California, well, the United States, when we try to protect the kelp forest, the authorities protect them, and the local communities, so people, protect them too. But in Latin America, it is not the case. The protection has to be bottom-up, because if it's imposed, we will see no results. It has to come from the community. It has to stem from people, because otherwise a protected area will not function, will not work properly. If we don't do it through raising awareness campaigns and training, if we don't train people on how a marine area is important and how we have to protect it, it will not happen. So in the Anglo-Saxon culture, it's true that it comes from the authorities to the people, but here in the Latin American region, it's the opposite. It's a bottom-up process. I couldn't agree more with my two colleagues have just said. Actually, I could talk about my experience regarding project management. The baseline when designing and creating a project is the involvement percentage or rate of the stakeholders. This is, we have to explain to all of the communities and the different parties what they're going to get And sometimes we have to provide key elements to have a successful project. Because as my colleagues were saying, they are the ones who know very well the nature elements that are present in their region. And from that moment on, we can pave the way to have a good project, and so that we can protect the imaginary values of every community, because they differ. For example, in Argentina, livestock is very important for us. The cattle industry is very important for us, but it might not be the case in other countries. So that's why we need to take that into consideration, and also to have the support of experts and technologies so that it can see the light. And then we also have to be aligned with the public policies, because if we see the continuous improvement cycle of any preservation project, we can clearly see that we have to base ourselves in a reasonable and a viable regulation, so that we take into account the interest of both parties, producers and also the rest of the community. And I'd like to tell you or share an experience that I found very interesting. When we were trying to look for allies for our project, for the report and verification of the mitigation of greenhouse effects projects, we found that young people of productive units, which essentially means new generations of producers, are now the most important allies that we can have, so that this project is successful. So this drive that my colleague said, we have to clearly know who wants the project and who will be supporting it. We have to bear that in mind all the time, because this is as important as the other elements. And another question that I'd like to raise is funding access. We have to have access to funding, because for Latin America, this is a crucial point if we want to be successful. So if you want to work with all of these projects, to have sustainable finances is key. And I think that the CAF here can play an essential role, because this work can only be done with the dissemination of information, so that we know what we can add to our project, and this will help making them concrete, because without industry, there is no nation. Without funds, there are no projects. Thank you very much. Well, we've reached the end of this panel. We've had different overviews and outlooks on the conservation of the Patagonia region. We have insisted on the importance of extending and amplifying the ecosystems that we already have, and we have also mentioned that we have to implement some changes to protect local communities. And we have to do a step further. We have to ensure that the local populations are involved. It has to be a bottom-up process, and we have to be able to convey these information and these ideas to the local populations. They have to be aware of what their importance is. And this is not a Chilean or Argentinian challenge, it's a global one, because whatever happens in Chile and Argentina does not only remain in those two countries. This is of international interest. So we go on now with the rest of panels that we are having in this COP28, in which a lot is at stake. Thank you so much for your attention again.
Hello, hello. Muy buen día a todas y todos. Agradecemos puedan tomar asiento aquí en la sala. Good morning, everyone. We would like to invite everyone to have a seat on the auditorium. We're just about to start. Thank you.
Buenos días. Podéis tomar asiento. Vamos a iniciar el evento.
Good morning. You can take a seat, please. We are going to start the session. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for being here with us in the Latin America and Caribbean Pavilion. We are going to start the session. We are sustainable agriculture and food security. We are a solution. We will start with some welcoming words by Alicia Montalvo, Manager Climate Action and Positive Biodiversity. Thank you. Thank you so much, Maria. Good morning, everyone. Visiting us here in this pavilion and everybody connected from the different countries in the region and elsewhere. Thank you for joining us. It is a pleasure to have this event in the pavilion. In the pavilion, we are a solution. It's the first time that Latin America and the Caribbean have a pavilion in a COP, supported by CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. And we are thinking about a presence that wants to present the region as a solution. We talk a lot about climate change problems, but we believe we need to stress the role of the region of Latin America and the Caribbean, contributing solutions to climate change, both to mitigation and adaptation. And we also, it is essential to associate this fight against climate change to the fight against loss of biodiversity, which is the second biggest crisis faced by the world. There's a third one, which is the food security crisis that has been experienced very severely after COVID, and that is intimately linked with the previous one. In the region, the agricultural sector is the sector that is pointed at as greater emission of greenhouse gas emissions. There's a problem with deforestation, but also a problem related to the productivity of the agricultural sector. It's important for CAF to integrate the agricultural agenda within the climate action plan and positive biodiversity plan, because we believe that the environmental issues and agricultural issues need to be intimately linked. Firstly, because the agricultural sector, unfortunately, is one of the ones that suffer the greatest in terms of climate change events in loss of production, but only through a productive and sustainable agriculture we will be capable of having a region that can meet its role as supplier of food to the region itself, where there are relevant food security problems and the world as well. It is a global scale issue, and it is an issue we want to tackle from the CAF, from this perspective of absolute respect for natural cycles, biodiversity, and facing the impacts of climate change. We understand that everything is a cycle and everything is totally interconnected. That's why we're working with many projects with the Green Funds, the Green Fund for Climate, the Adaptation Fund, and we have significant alliances with institutions that have honored us with their presence here, FAO, the World Food Program, ICA, and with all them we want to develop our alliances and work so that with our actions in the financial landscape, technical cooperation, and with all the knowledge that we receive and that we can share, we are capable of materializing the role of the region as a region solution for all these topics related to food security as well, and an productive and sustainable agriculture. And with this, I will leave you with the very significant discussion panel and an opening and intro video. Thank you very much to everyone.
Para el año 2050, la población mundial
For the
podría
year 2050, the world population could reach 10 billion, 750 million in Latin America and the Caribbean. This entails having better and more food to cover the global demand that by 2050 will require an increase of 50% of production. Latin America and the Caribbean play a significant and strategic role in this reality, with natural conditions that turn it into the main and potential provider of agriculture for the entire planet, with a relevant current contribution. However, we still face challenge. 37% of the population is in food insecurity situations, and the adverse effects of climate change directly affect essential resources for food production. Latin America and the Caribbean have the proper conditions to be positioned as a region of solutions. The CAF strategic agenda, the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, has two strategies. The first one, extraction, is done with investment, food systems, social protection to reduce vulnerabilities, rural infrastructure in vulnerable communities, and in the second, through different comprehensive initiatives of sustainable technological transformation, adaptation and mitigation of climate change, and the preservation of the natural capital, skills for the provision of foods, and systems, early warning systems, and appropriate action in places with natural catastrophes or where natural catastrophes take place. CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean.
A continuación, me gustaría darle la bienvenida
I
a
would now like to invite Cindy McCain, Executive Director of the World Food Programme.
Thank you very much for having me today. This is such an important topic, and I'm very honored to be able to participate in this today. Thank you. It's a pleasure for me to join you for this event hosted by the Development Bank of Latin America and Caribbean. As we know well, the region is right on the front lines of the global climate crisis. Of the 20 countries in the world suffering from the greatest economic impact from climate change, 9 are in your region. So it's critical that we all work together to reverse the climate crisis and tackle the hugely damaging impact it's having on food security in many Latin American and Caribbean nations. Some regions, such as the dry corridor of Central America, are becoming almost unlivable for local communities. Each year, more and more people are setting off on a perilous journey north in search of work and a better future. In many communities, economic stagnation and climate change have made it almost impossible to support livelihoods or affordable, healthy diets. And yet yours is a region that produces enough food to support twice its population. It doesn't have to be this way. The World Food Programme, we're excited about growing our partnership with CAF. It's a real opportunity to step up our collaboration and strengthen our partnerships with governments across the region. Being honest, it's hard to raise resources to fund our programs in middle-income countries, especially in today's economic climate. Needs are always greater elsewhere in the world. So now, more than ever, we all need to combine our firepower to help food insecure communities adapt to the changing climates and to protect their livelihoods. Smallholder farmers are the backbone of resilient regional food systems, capable of supporting local communities. This year, WFP has supported over 300,000 farmers across Latin America and the Caribbean, with a range of programs to help them earn a sustainable living from the land. We're working with them to share climate-smart agriculture techniques, build new infrastructure such as irrigation systems, and help them access commercial markets to sell their surplus crops. This work will be even more important in the months ahead, as El Niño is expected to bring further drought. School feeding programs are yet another priority, and across the region, over 80 million children benefit each year. We're harnessing WFP's deep expertise in this area to help communities and governments design homegrown school feeding programs. They source supplies from local smallholders, so as well as feeding vulnerable children, they support local economies and reinforce the resilience of local food systems. Alongside our efforts to strengthen food systems, we are also stepping up our work on preparedness and disaster management. This is especially relevant to the Caribbean small island developing nations, which are so vulnerable to hurricanes, which tear through the region each year. We're working with governments and partners across the Caribbean to bolster risk management and rapid response systems. This means when a major storm is on its way, we can activate help ahead of time and be ready to respond in the immediate aftermath. Ladies and gentlemen, Latin America and Caribbean nations are on the front lines of the climate crisis, but you're also leading the way in showcasing innovative solutions to its damaging impacts. If we work together to step up investments in proven and effective climate action programs, we can build the systems needed to support vulnerable communities and strengthen food systems right across the region. I know that together we will succeed. And thank you so much for having me today. I appreciate being here.
Muchas gracias. Estamos muy agradecidos por.
Thank you so much. We're very happy to have the participation of Cindy McCain. She has to leave for another event, but thank you so much for her participation. We will now continue with the discussion of sustainable agriculture and food security in Latin America and the Caribbean. We will have Manuel Pulgar Vidal, former Minister of Environment of Peru and President of COP14 in Lima. And in the discussion, we will have the following speakers: Joy Tell of ICA, Angela Maria Penagos. You can come to the stage, Máximo Torero, also Director General of FAO.
¿Está bien? Ok. Muy buenos días. Ya me introdujeron.
It was already introduced. I am Manuel Pulgar Vidal. I was president of COP14 in Lima, and I work for the World Forum for Nature and World Union for Nature. And we are going to have a productive debates and discussion on sustainable agriculture and food security in Latin America and the Caribbean. And allow me to give you some introductory words. The first one is linked to the video of the CAF that we saw a few minutes ago. We are a region solution, and I want the speakers to tell me whether this is true. So much optimism is true if we are a region that is a solution. We are a region that needs to increase its production by 60% by 2050, as becoming carbon neutral by 2050. There is the need to increase production, and the question is, can we increase this production and still meet the climate goal of climate resilience? We need to reduce vulnerability, particularly for small producers. Latin America and the Caribbean have a significant volume of small producers for the provision of food and agriculture, and also providing social protection and developing early warning systems. Can you hear me? But at the same time, Cindy spoke about something that is important, and I will also ask the speakers these climate smart systems, and I would like the speakers to tell us more about the description of the different conditions that will allow us to have in a sub-region of small producers a smart climate system. What is the content we provide to this? And I will finish by saying that 2 days ago, 134 signed the Declaration of Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food Systems and Climate Action. I'm sure you've all read. And in a very summarized way, it has elements such as, or commitments rather, because the vulnerability of producers is a commitment. So to provide food security, to integrate water in our goals linked to water resources and agriculture, to include agriculture and food in the planning systems, national adaptation plans, long-term strategies, and now the NDSAPs or biodiversity plans. Access to financing, which is likely one of the biggest challenges, and obviously CAP is working on it, but very likely CAP's financing is not enough. So how can we raise more resources and mobilize more resources? And I'm sure speakers will talk about this. Another topic which is always on the agenda, but it's quite difficult, so transparent commerce and trade issues that take us to subsidies. Can we truly move forward in these actions that, as in Europe, have high levels of subsidies? And when we know that the World Trade Organization has high resistance to this topic, so let's be honest, there's huge challenges ahead. So let's move in an orderly fashion with the speakers, and you will have 5 minutes each. And after that, we can open up for discussion. It could be an interactive discussion. You can raise your hand, interrupt us, and make this a productive and useful debate, particularly to solve the great challenges ahead. We have the Sustainable Agriculture Declaration. That's all fine and well, very nice. But what now? What is the next step to make this a reality? Let's start. Thank you so much. I will be speaking in English.
So there were a lot of questions and a lot of issues there, and in 5 minutes, I don't think I can cover it all. So I'll do what a colleague once mentioned. I'll answer your question like a politician. I'll acknowledge it, and then I'll say whatever I want. So we do live in a region which offers many solutions. We're a very biodiverse region. We have enormous natural resources, water, land, people. We have the ability to feed the world. In fact, we do feed the world. Latin America and the Caribbean, especially joined with North America, are 30% of the exports to the world and a huge amount of the production. But we can produce better and smarter and cleaner and reduce that vulnerability to the small producers that we were discussing. We can increase productivity. And I think one of the things that we have to talk about in these discussions is not just reducing our impact on the environment, but increasing productivity. And so there's a coalition that came out of the UN Food System Summit called the Sustainable Productivity Growth Coalition. And I think we need to talk about productivity more. And in Latin America, we can increase our productivity tremendously in all aspects of agriculture. Part of that is using things that we can learn from indigenous communities, but also embracing new technologies and having the public policy framework that allows those new technology to be utilized, to be based on science, and to be applied in a manner that can help us. Yesterday, there was a great panel at the UAE Forum about partnerships in the food systems and about investing in science and research. We don't invest enough in science and research. And there was a commitment to invest in science and research at that pavilion, but it was really, it was hundreds of millions of dollars and everyone was upping each other and they were all very happy with their commitments. And I think it's a positive signal, but it's not enough. And that's just for public institutions like CGIAR. We have to work with the private sector. The private sector has enormous investment in science and research, and we have to deploy that in a way that can benefit everyone. And so those are some of the most important aspects to consider as we look at tackling the issue of producing enough for 8 billion people and mitigating and minimizing our impact on the environment. We can do that. ICA, the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, represents the ministers of agriculture of the Americas from Canada in the north to Argentina in the south. It's a vast region, but it's a heterogeneous region. And so not one size fits all. So we have to tailor things per region. And I think there's huge opportunities in all the regions that were mentioned by Cindy McCain and that you mentioned as well, where we have the ability to produce more with less. And so I'm excited and I'm optimistic about the future. I know we have huge challenges, but I think we have to look at what we've done over the past 100 years. We've moved from 1 billion people on planet Earth to 8 billion people on planet Earth. And guess what? They're receiving food and it's pretty cheap, it's affordable, it's safe. The standard of living around the world has increased tremendously. And that's a miracle. The food system works, but we can make it a lot better. And so that's what we're trying to work on at ICA, and we're delighted to work with CAF. CAF is an important partner of ours, and so we're delighted to be here at this panel.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. It's okay if I come back to Spanish? Porque
Thank you so much. Is it okay if I go back to Spanish? Because I'm going to start talking about the first challenges so that we can all process them as we go along. Because you talked about producing better, smarter, and cleaner. And that entails sustainable productivity. Productivity in Latin America and the Caribbean has increased, and the question now is whether that increase has been sustainable or not as of today. But you've also mentioned that we need to have new technology, and the question always is, do we have the tools to access that technology? Because that's always the challenge. Sometimes technology is not reachable, and the question is always how can we reach it? Should we invest more in science and research? That's always the challenge for Latin America. We're always far behind in terms of research and science. And I have two questions for the next round. We need to get the private sector involved. How? Because we're talking about a region of small producers and we don't want to make them disappear. Of course, we want to support them. We want to help them out with the support of the private sector, but how can we do this? And finally, you spoke about the ICA and the ministers for agriculture. Environmental ministries are just a small part of cabinets. Should we start thinking about green transition ministers where we integrate agriculture so as to not be as divided as we are? But we will leave this for the next speaker. Thank you so much for inviting me. I have worked on these topics and I represent Finagro in Colombia, aimed at financing agri-food systems. Well, what you're saying is perhaps one of the most relevant challenges that we have had in recent years. Firstly, that smart agriculture, well, we're going to talk about a financing model that is undergoing adaptation, and we have a key challenge with the financial system. Generally speaking, the financial system, to adopt and to finance this, they see this as a highly high risk activity, and this means high interest rates, loans that are very much focused on groups of people and productive systems that it's very unlikely that the adoption of these new technologies is democratic. So one of the topics we're working on at Finagro, since we are a development bank, we have loans for development which are cheaper, and we want to aim it at the financing of this transformation procedures, new technologies. And where does the challenge lie? Well, the version of the financial system, the version to financing this. But what we say in Colombia is, okay, but what are the destinations? When a producer knocks on the door of a bank to ask for a loan to transform the agricultural system, the banker says, yes, fine, I'm going to finance you. But we don't have that. And we need to place relevant effort there with research and development. This tangible technology is something necessary for the financial system. And in Latin America, we have a huge gap because, on the one hand, that is information, and on the other hand, well known and tested technologies. And what's most important in Colombia, perhaps, is the entire transformation process of agri food processes, and that cannot become the new inequality gap, where we will have a sophisticated agriculture, very relevant, adapted to climate, but just for a group of people. And then we have an agriculture for the poor. And we have this false dilemma in this agri-food discussion, perhaps not here, but out of these four walls. And here we are taking or turning climate action into an elite issue. So I invite, and you mentioned a keyword there, raising funds. So where is the money going to come from to pay for all this? And there are institutions such as CAF that can finance Finagro. And we need to hold deep conversations on how to measure risk and what is the price of that risk. Because if I'm looking for resources today, international resources to finance agriculture, that's just something small farmers cannot pay for. The margins need to be reduced, and only when that happens, we can talk about a democratic and climate smart agriculture. This tackles international financial systems. I know about this debate already, but the money needs to be less costly for this transformation to take place. Thank you so much. These gaps are very interesting. I come from Peru, and that's gap between the industry and the coast with jalapenos and, well, it's a reference with asparagus, and then you go to the mountains with impoverished farmers maintaining agrodiversity without resources or information. That is very important. That is something I would like you to talk about, because when we talk about information, we also talk about information linked to vulnerability and climate change modeling, the change of conditions for the producer who needs to be informed about what is coming and what is coming already, what is already taking place. So these gaps are very relevant. So the question for the second round, because here we want to talk about solutions. So what is the solution to take the agri-food model to the farmer, or rather the opposite, to stress these central elements of the small producer to have a more democratic culture and food supply that is more democratic? It's difficult to know, but we will now hear from Máximo Torero.
Bueno, muchas gracias a CAF por la invitación. Déjame cambiar un poco.
Thank you very much for having me, Kath. So I'd like to change the approach now. The first thing for us and the initiatives that we've launched in Rome is that we need to produce good food for today and for tomorrow too. And this relationship of today and tomorrow is what will ensure sustainability. Because if we keep producing as we have been doing it so far, we will not have enough food for tomorrow. So what's the situation like on the region, in the region? The region produces 14% of the fish products and livestock and agriculture products in the world. The productivity growth of the region has increased at a rate of 17%, 40%, sorry, between 2000 and 2017. We also have $290 million loss because of the climate events. However, there is a brighter future ahead because we will have several $billion if we improve environment and health. When am I saying health? Because we're generating overweight and obesity that has increased during the last few years. So we have to take into account the external factors that play an important role here. Now, if we talk about food security in the countries of this region, COVID-19 got us to have 7% of bad nutrition in the area. Even if we increased a lot and we've tried to reach the figures that we had before the pandemic, we have not done it yet. But we have to bet on healthy food. And in terms of healthy food, we are the best ones in the world. We have 4.1% of GDP in terms of healthy food. However, in this region, there are many million people who don't have access to this healthy food that we have to consume. So this is not logical at all. We produce it, but we don't eat it. So what I want to convey here is that there is a huge opportunity here because we have productivity, we are improving our efficiency, but there is a huge gap still. There is a room for improvement that is there. Thanks to the new technologies with the appropriate funding, and also to improve productivity, which is something that we need, so that we are able to reduce these negative costs or externalities. So instead of saying the agriculture is bad, I think it's the opposite. Opportunity comes from agriculture. 4% of the funding for energy transition is dedicated and allocated to agriculture. So now, when they say that we are going beyond the planet limits, it is true, but many people claim it's just because of the agriculture. And what I think is that climate funding has to save the agriculture because this is an area in which we can improve. But how do we do it? How do we implement it? Well, essentially, there are four pillars. First, governments and distortions, as you were saying, and we know for a fact that agriculture in the world has many distortions generated by this wrong idea of agriculture. It is a support that generates wrong subsidies. Why? Well, because we tend to get an overexploitation of soils, and this is something we have to improve. Second of all, the second pillar comes from foreign investment and AFIs from banks such as COF and regional and world banks. And this is where we have to go for. We have to create a roadmap. And third of all is the private sector. Private sector has to have a liability and responsibility because we have to know that big companies are private and local producers are private. But if we don't take into account these externalities, well, the private sector will not recognize them. And this is what we have to do. We have to acknowledge those costs. And the fourth pillar is the philanthropy. And this can actually trigger a change. So I think there is still a long way to go when it comes to smart agriculture. That's a very nice project and a concept, but it has to be well implemented, and it has to go hand in hand with a transition. We have to improve efficiency, and we have to create a balance between what's being produced and what's being consumed in the world. Thank you. Thank you very much, Maximo. Another question. The cost of eating a healthy diet, how could we decrease this cost? Because, of course, this is related to elite crops. It is also related to volumes. It is related to a lack of information. So I'd like to dig in more on that because it's true that this first round clarifies that there is an increase in productivity, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we're aiming at sustainability. There is a huge gap, but there is also a room for improvement that should have been covered by technology, funding, that should have been covered by subsidies, among many other elements that have been highlighted today. So just to be more dynamic, do you want to ask a question during these interludes between the first and second round? Any volunteers? Have you got a question? I'm very pleased to be part of this conversation. I'm Carlos, a representative of the element of United Nations in Colombia, and we have to talk and sit around a table. So again, this debate is very interesting, especially when you mention the cost of a healthy diet. We've measured the cost of the healthy diet, and it has increased by 60% during the last few years in Colombia, which is a terrible increase. It has skyrocketed, and it's very worrying too, because it means that a great deal of population that is in semi-poverty now falls on the poverty range, and they cannot access, as for today, to a healthy diet. And this is due to an externality, which was the global inflation of prices. We also had COVID-19, of course. So it's very interesting to talk about food security, yes, but we not only have to talk about efficiency mechanisms and protection mechanisms, but also the externalities that put at stake a specific country. So in Colombia, 15 million people, which is 30% of its population, are at risk in terms of food. And this is related also to structural issues. The Gini rate in rural areas in Colombia is 85%, which means there is a structural and historical inequality in the soil distribution and land distribution. And as nobody is intervening in these aspects, it is very difficult for the country to leave behind this problem of food insecurity that affects a great deal of population. So we have to mention structural issues that have to be solved so that we can have a new scope and so that we can do a step further in the future. Thank you very much. Well, I know that the sun comes and goes with this mic. I'm really sorry for that, says the speaker. Anyway, you said that there's a structural problem. You mentioned the access to land and the big crops in the agricultural sector, limitations of the small producer in rural areas, and I think that should be taken into consideration. So a second question. Well, thank you very much. I'm Pablo Fer. I come from North Argentina. I come actually from Gran Chaco Americano, which is a region that I'm sure you know. And if it's not the case, I'll tell you later. So now, I'd like to talk about the increase of productivity, because sometimes we use traditional systems that are nature-based, but how can we increase the economical and social aspect? How can we improve it? But anyway, I think there is an element that's quite important in the region, which is grazing. And I think we should also provide support to grazing. We have a project that's called Program for Shared Landscapes, in which we're going to foster dialogues with families and local communities, and in which we are going to solve issues regarding land ownership and also technological problems that we have to implement in our traditional systems. And that is why we have to foster dialogue. Do you think this is possible? Do you think fostering this dialogue is possible? Well, I'm going to answer, by the way, before you answer, and I'm going to say yes, because in my region, Red Chaco, and the network we've created, we've seen it. But it's true that we have the global agenda, which is the Latin America chapter for the global agenda. It's true that we've been talking with Walter Oyarzabal, and we've tried to generate dialogue spaces to find the appropriate answers. So that's my answer, but what's yours? Thank you so much. Well, thank you. It's a very interesting topic when you said that you have the Shared Protected Landscapes project. I think this also happens in coffee areas in Peru, for example. We have to link native products, in the case of Peru, it's mainly potatoes, with conservation policies. And I think that this is a key element. So we move on now to the second round for our panelists. Please, if there are some questions, please answer to them if you want. And I'd like you to know that, yes, there are challenges, but we are the solution. So how can we turn a challenge into an opportunity so that the area becomes a solution? That's quite important.
Well, there's a lot to respond to from the question from the panelists as well. Speaking about the cost of a healthy diet, I have a question for you. What do you think is the most expensive part of my grocery basket? Any idea? Well, it's table grapes from Peru right now, and they're delicious and they're healthy. I probably eat too much of them, but I mean, what I pay for that is exorbitant. So a lot of this notion that we can have everyone have a healthy diet of just fruits and vegetables isn't realistic either. There are areas of the world where you're not going to grow fruits and vegetables. You grow grains and oil seeds, and cows convert land that can't be used for anything else. And they're real vegetarians, and they convert that into high quality protein that is quite affordable and gives us the nutrition that we need to survive, not to mention the economic livelihoods of the millions and millions of people involved in that sector. So and I live in Costa Rica, and Costa Rica is expensive in terms of your supermarket. You know, coming from the United States, which is a very expensive country too, to Costa Rica, my costs have doubled in terms of what I take for buying food. Why is that so? Well, there's structural issues, and I'll let the economists talk about the structural issues, but one of the most important issues is trade. We have so many barriers to trade, and trade is now a dirty word. Trade offers huge benefits and externalities in the ability to move goods and services across borders in an efficient way that helps expand the pie for everyone else. And right now, trade is being restricted globally, and there are movements to restrict trade globally. With COVID and with other droughts and other things, governments impose restrictions and export restrictions. And what happens? Exactly the adverse effect of what's intended. Prices go up. And so everything's more expensive for everyone. And so we have to look at trade as a solution, but we have to do it in a way that's as fair as possible and not to leave the little guys behind. Now, you were asking about small farmers and their ability to compete and to be part of this global food solution and have access to technology. From my perspective, the best way to do that is the organization of those farmers. And we have some good experiences in the Chaco, in Paraguay, in Uruguay, working with the development of cooperatives there to assemble farmers to work together so that they can do more with each other through associativism than on their own. I come from a place called California. In California, cooperatives are the only way farmers can survive and thrive. In my hometown, Sacramento, we have an almond industry. The small little almond farmer is not going to have an ability to be successful unless they organize in a cooperative. Those almonds are now sold throughout the world, and we all gain the nutrients from that. Now, people might attack it here because of its use of water and other things, but it's been a huge economic success for small farmers in California, and that model could be reproduced everywhere in the world. We've done it in Paraguay and the Chaco. We're doing it in Central America with other colleagues, and that will then enable the ability to access those technologies and those technologies that can help them improve productivity collectively, not to mention access markets and other benefits. So I think that's an important element to discuss. And in that as well, the private sector, the big bad private sector, can also invest in the development of those cooperatives for their markets. Right now, there are huge opportunities for small farmers to come together to meet the requirements of more sustainable productivities that the large firms have to comply with due to the EU Farm to Fork and other measures. If small farmers can come together, associate, meet those requirements without them being too burdensome and putting all the burden on the farmer instead of the rest of the food chain, I think you can have a real economic opportunity for small farmers everywhere in Latin America.
Muchas gracias. Asociatividad es un tema
Thank you
central.
very much. So merging and working together is a great opportunity, but we've seen it with a lot of frustration sometimes because it's not always easy. So I have a question for you. I have a question for the third round is why do we think it's failing? Why do we think that small farmers are not successful sometimes? Even if they make great efforts to, work in cooperatives, they are not always successful. Is there a lack of information, a lack of access to land? Why is this happening? Maybe because they see it's too complicated and they go back to their plot of land because they think it's too complicated. I think here there are many interesting elements, but it's been difficult because we've seen that this is not working sometimes. So again, my question is, how do we correct this problem of working together? And well, in fact, trade is very present in all of these aspects. True, I've participated in this climate debate and in the biodiversity debate. And the World Trade Organization is always absent, and this, to me, is a mistake. Apparently, they're not interested in participating in these debates, so I think we should bring it here on the table so that they're part of this conversation. Well, there are many, many questions. It's not only one. I'm sorry. Be that as it may, I'd like to go further because we have to talk about the solution now. This topic cannot be dissociated from macroeconomic variables. Food inflation is one of the elements that creates more poverty in the Latin American countries. At least this is the case in Colombia. Actually, poor livelihoods spend more than 30 or even 40% of their salaries in food. And 1 year ago, December actually, the price of food increased by 27% only 1 year ago. This is unheard of. And that is crucial. We have to tackle that issue in terms of agri-food vulnerabilities. And the idea I want to convey here is that I fully agree with the fact that this is a technical debate and we have to adopt technologies, of course. And likewise, this is associated to the productivity because in many cases, we have production models that are very, very old, that are based on, very complex techniques to produce healthy food for everyone. And here I'd like to talk about inflation and the right of food. Agriculture and food production cannot be considered as a mere commodity that is placed in a shopping basket. No, we cannot ignore this and just say, yes, we want to have less greenhouse effect. No, we are producing food for people. But the discussion that we had during the 50s and 70s, which was that people are entitled to have food. So as we say in Colombia, stop beating about the bush and let's go for a solution. We have to find a thorough and exhaustive solution.
El comercio de alimentos no puede estar en manos de 8 empresas a nivel mundial que cuando deciden que no van a transportar mundo nos fregamos todos. Si uno ve la canasta de alimentos.
So whenever we see the shopping basket, it is very complicated for poor people in Colombia. 70% of the food is imported. Why is that? Well, because it's wheat. But the thing is, poor people eat biscuits and they eat bread, but it's made of wheat, and wheat is imported by 70% in Colombia. So we are not even
Petro está hablando del tema de la reforma agraria.
able to produce it locally. And actually, President Petro is talking about likely agri-food transformation. But we said it before and we say it again, if we do not have a financial system that understands that we are in a position in which we should not only produce commodities, but we should also entitle the right to have good food for people, it will be impossible. And banks play an important role here because we have many stakeholders. But what do we have to do? First, we have to grant an easier access to credit. We did this. It was very difficult in Colombia, but we managed, I think. Actually, we increased it by 13%. Of course, we took some counter-cyclical measures, but still we need to use more tools because only with the subsidies that we provide in Colombia, it is just not enough. And this is why we go back to what you said before, information. And raising awareness campaign, planning how we're going to connect these agriculture items. And one essential aspect is how we're going to fund these medium-term and long-term infrastructure plans. And through these development bank, we can do it, but we have to identify clearly when and with whom. So we cannot only think that the only guilty part here is the financial system. No, my role here is to explain everything we're doing. But again, if we do not have these structural measures on how we can create democratic access to land, there's nothing we can do. We have to work hand in hand with the small farmers so that they can add value to the supply chain. And the financial banking system will not represent 100% of its importance. And I know we've been talking about that for years now in Latin America. We've talked about what kind of ministries of agriculture we want in our region. And I go back to the first point. I think our institutions are quite obsolete if we take into consideration the challenges that we are going to face in the future. I think that we don't have just the necessary tools, and we didn't develop the right tools in the 60s and 70s. We didn't go farther than direct subsidies. Well, this is an easy solution, but we have to generate a strong pressure and a huge political debate. But we have changed very little in Latin America. I think that our policies should be more aligned with the times we're living. For example, in terms of facing the challenges of climate change. We flourished in the 30s, and now we are facing a climate challenge that is huge, and we need a lot of support. So how are we going to transform and change this cross-functional obsolete institution so that we are more oriented to a good agriculture that is in the hands of people? Because again, we have a huge climate challenge, and we have to make an international effort to have better public institutions to face this challenge. Thank you. Thank you very much once again. So interesting topics. So Maximo, you are in charge of answering the questions now, because you talked about an increase in productivity, and the video showed us that there was the need of increasing the productivity by 60% in the years to come in 2050. Is it possible? Is it manageable? And you can actually mention the example of Peru. We've always thought of a healthy diet as a global concept, right? And it's true that there are distances, and we sometimes create elite products, elite foods, because they're very expensive. So out of these supply chains, can we really have local elite products for its own inhabitants, for the local communities, or is this just delusional? Well, to begin with, I fully agree with the right of having food. This is the focus we need to have, but we also have to think of the food for tomorrow. The term of health diet is misleading, I think, because a healthy diet is not a vegetarian diet. No, a vegetarian diet is not healthy. But if the choice is I want to pay for my food, Peruvian farmers, that's perfect. But a vegetable-based diet is not a healthy one. Then we also have to measure the costs. which means we have to take into account the elements that decrease the cost. The problem is that this is reflecting what you guys mentioned. There are huge inequalities in the country. So a big part of the population that has not enough income cannot have access to what we call a healthy diet. But we know that a healthy diet will help sustainability. Why? Because it will decrease emissions just because we are changing the consumption pattern. And this has to be very clear to all of us. But now, going back to what you were asking regarding actions and what we have to do in the future, I think the incentives are clear from government. We have to avoid subsidies that are, well, fostering the production of specific products, because what we want is to produce a lot of different products at a lesser and lower cost. So if we are only growing crops that are water-based and that consume a lot of water, these will be harmful, and we have to be very careful with that. Now, when we talk about the difference between the north and the southern countries, in which subsidies are very different, we have to know that this is very complex. Why? Because these policies can be diluted. So we have to equilibrate and balance supply and demand. And actually, I think this can help to achieve good results. The second element that you mentioned is the trade. Trade will play an important role. And there's a lot of room for improvement for regional trade, and especially in the Caribbean, because the Caribbean regions do not trade between them. They would bring products from Africa because it's even cheaper. So we have to take into account the customs and the borders. So food safety is also an essential aspect that we have to take into account. And then in terms of actions, and I think here that the concept of fair transition is essential, because we have deficiencies, and most of the countries in Latin America, again, this sound comes and goes. We're very sorry. We're doing our best. We have to know what products I'm going to grow. We need more information for small farmers. We need what micronutrients they have to include in their soils, or maybe they're going to decrease the usage of pesticides. Why? Because sometimes we're asking small producers to invest more money that they don't have, well, to have a lesser productivity, right? So we have to take that again into account. And I think that it's unacceptable to mismanage the production. I think when it comes to losses in a wholesaler market is going to be easier. But thanks to technology and innovation and research, we can decrease these losses. And then we have the issue of water. We tend to forget about water, but I can tell you that it will be one of the main challenges we will face in the future. Water scarcity. This will be an essential and, well, an essential problem. Agrarian and agricultural reforms are not necessary now, I think. It's true that in Vietnam, every small farmer has a hectare, and they will organize themselves, and they will have scalable economy, because they will all specialize in a different crop. So we have to learn from them, and we have to grant the necessary subsidies. And funding has to be related to this diversity, so that we can provide the right subsidies, so we can learn from we can learn from several models. It's not as before, because before it's true that the only model that we had as an example was corporations and cooperatives. So we have to empower women too. This is another element. We have to work on that, and we have to take care of indigenous peoples. We have to work hand in hand with them. We have to foster dialogue. This plays, again, an important role, because we cannot focus only on the mountain range, on the coastal areas. No, because local communities are present everywhere. So we have to foster the dialogue to have better dialogues. Thank you.
Interesante. Yo estoy gozando de este panel.
I'm really enjoying this panel discussion. Super interesting. And there's 4 elements here. There's production, diets, and waste, water systems and legal systems as well, because the property rights are something very relevant. And you also talk about consumers. When I was a minister, the Ministry of Development and Social Inclusion was created in Peru, and there was Jaliwarma created a project for schools, and I believe that was fabulous, with providing food to school students depending on the region. Apologies, but the sound does come and go, and we cannot translate everything that is being said. So there was information on the producer, the benefits produced with a virtuous circle. Sometimes these programs become denaturalized because of policies, but we need to insist on them. I believe there's a couple more questions to close this round because we're running out of time. Thank you. I'm going to try to ask in Spanish, but I'll mix a bit of Italian there. Thank you very much for this very important discussion. My name is Aldo Spaini, and I work for the World Food Program, particularly for the sustainability of our supply chain. My question is that we're talking here about access, technology, and solutions for small producers. But we cannot take for granted that they're going to use that whenever they get access, because there's practices they've been using for a very long time. So my question is, how are we going to approach this problem more on the side of standards and regulations and institutions and governments? Or is it going to be working with capacity building, change management, in order to introduce all this? A second question. Thank you very much. I'm Luis from Renko. We are a tech platform focused on climate parameters. We have projects in Colombia and other countries in Latin America. My question is about losses. This is a very relevant aspect. In the insurance industry, we have a very huge challenge, which is to increase penetration. So my question would be, how can we use the different stakeholders, the ministries, development funds, and development banks as well? How can we use them all and leverage them so as to promote insurance products in the agricultural context? We know that in some countries, such as Brazil and Colombia, the penetration rate is super low. So this is a solution that already exists. It's one of the financial instruments that is, well, one of the oldest in existence, and we still have this challenge ahead in the insurance industry.
Aprovechando que está una funcionaria del Ministerio de Colombia.
Now that we have a civil servant from the Ministry of Colombia, the indigenous population in Colombia is a big-sized population, not small. Apologies, but we're not receiving any sound. In an area of 30 million hectares, there's a lot of production, there's coffee, other types of agricultural practices that are traditional, but there are no figures, and the support of the government is not clear. That's been historical. So why has been the indigenous participation in the financial growth of a country? What is the indigenous contribution, and how is the participation of state embedded? Very frequently projects fail because they want to develop technologies that those farmers can't develop. They don't know how to develop. You would say that, apologies, but this is self-sabotage, isn't it? So, it should be based on what people know how to do and not having them implement things they can't do. So, drive or momentum projects based on individual or community practices. I believe that is a good opportunity to think today about the best formulas for government intervention in those territories. Thank you. Last question. And well, efficiency is central to all this. Hello? We are not receiving any sound. Please. Is this working? Yes. Okay. This is a fundamental element. Apologies, but we're not receiving any sound. Food security is changing. So we talk about well-being and welfare, not only food sovereignty or security, not only do we talk about nourishment, we talk about a view of the territories and the development of the territories that should be a comprehensive perspective by which communities can own their own practices. They need to be consistent with the past, with the culture, with the context, and all this should feed short circuits where efficiency is more relative. We need to have a development perspective of the territories that will allow them to own their future. And this very likely implies or entails investment in the territory, which is different to what we've seen. The fact that Colombia imports 60% of cereal is a result of the perspective of development, which has been totally extrovert and has a very high cost for the country and for poor people in the country. So how can we think about a reshaping of the rural development of the country that is more inclusive for the population? Thank you. Okay, so now I'm going to ask each speaker to focus on a solution based on productive value chains with association and inclusion and give some strong ideas because that's where the solution lies. I believe this has been a fabulous panel discussion despite the microphone. So just 2-3 minutes each, please.
Just to recapitulate the 4 points, and I think I missed the fourth, but productivity, we can do it. We need to embrace technology, innovation. We need to share information, communication, capacity development. I'm excited about the future, about productivity and the potential for new technology to help us. Healthy diets. A lot of that has to deal with education. I agree with you, Maximo, that the healthy diet just isn't fruits and vegetables. You need a balanced diet. I need a more balanced diet and spending less on your grapes, but they're delicious. Water. Thank you for raising the issue of water. Water is fundamental. Cindy McCain talked about the dry corridor in Central America, but water is an issue from north to south, and we need to do a better job with water policy, water management, and the use of precision agriculture in order to be more precise with our use of water, of chemicals, of fertilizer, etc. We can do it with more precise agriculture. Then I think I'll skip to the issue of food waste and food loss. Super important issue. This is something where we really, as an international community, and as local governments and national governments have not done our job. We can reduce food loss and all the energy and environmental costs that goes into producing food, 30% to 40%, who knows what the statistics are lost. Education and a consciousness which can be developed. Countries can develop a consciousness around that in order to reduce food loss. And I think there are lots of tools in which we can do that. And I think part of the problem that he raised about farmers using new technology may not have been you, it may have been you, reaching out to youth to talk to their parents is an opportunity for the farmers to take a chance and experiment. Farmers do change, but they need to help change. And there's lots of technologies that help them change. You're all on a phone right now. That phone is an ability to get information to the youth, to get it to the parents, to change their practices, to give them information, market information, technical information, capacity building. I'm optimistic about the future.
Bueno, voy a también 3 minutos tratar de contribuir y responder la pregunta.
Try to respond to your question in 3 minutes. We need to think in making access to financing democratic, but we also need to make technology democratic, as well as the way in which agri-food systems change and transform. And there is where that aversion to change lies, because very often we're imposing models, and there is where I believe I'm talking about the concept of agri-food systems now that we truly want to promote. We need to talk about everything. I agree that indigenous communities in Colombia have a great opportunity ahead of contributing to the agri-food systems. We usually tend to see them as them being carers, and they do that very well. But they're also stakeholders in a system, in an agri-food system that can produce and be a participant in this chain. But I'm going back to what I said. If we have it as a merely marketing concept, all these models are going to be very difficult. I believe that in Colombia we have moved forward in the provision of integration of systems, of agri-food systems. Let's talk about heterodox systems. But, however, I'm going back to what I said before. We have the information gap here regarding the financial system. We need to develop further, because it's much more simple for the financial system to have a traditional classic tested system. And we know that when things are democratic, they're not sustainable. And we need to have this informational effort. I am going back and insisting on going beyond the merely productive concept of agriculture and moving to agri-food systems that go beyond rural areas. It also involves urban areas and centralization systems. And Colombia, as many other countries in Latin America, it's a country of regions. So promoting association. I have some projects where association works really well. If we go to the Colombian Pacific region, culturally speaking, this area is moved by association to produce, to care for the children, for everything. So when one wants to implement models such as common banking, which works quite well in the Pacific coast in Colombia, but not in the Atlantic coast. And this is very much related to our history, our culture. The Black population in Colombia has a very significant collective tradition as the indigenous population. So association is one of the most relevant challenges, but I would also talk about associative projects. If I perform associations in some projects, that does not mean that I have to be an association in all my lines of work. We can do this together. These are our challenges. These are our commitments. Thank you. Some relevant key points. Let's not give things or take things for granted. The supposition that big companies do things well and smaller ones do not, that's not true. Indigenous populations see things as a whole. Second thing is, let's not take for granted that traditional producers don't know how to produce and they don't want to adopt technology. It's like me turning off the lights. Can you use your phones? Well, how are they going to read their phones when the battery runs flat? Working with children 13 and above has a very high impact of modern adoption technologies because we brought down the barrier. The young person translates the information into their parents in the shape of videos or over the internet. It's called Caritas Felices if you want to check it out. Science and technology are going to be central to producing more with less. And we need to see how to disseminate it in the best possible way, because at the end of the day, the small producer is the one that needs precise agriculture the most because they have the least money, they have to improve consumption. So these are public goods, and the FAO has this responsibility, ICA as well, and we have to go to this information generation, precision information, so that they can use it. So that producers can have real-time information. Also, transfer and market transparency is going to be central in the capacity of understanding and seeing the externalities that the sector is generating to bring them on. And something else that is central, apologies, but the sun's coming and going. So linking climate change with agriculture in the best possible way. Okay, well, it's been, and I hope that you've also felt it in the same way. This has been a very productive, constructive panel discussion, optimistic but realistic as well, capable of bringing ideas before the challenges. I'm not going to do a summary because we've done it in a very interactive way. So big round of applause, please, for the three speakers that we have here on stage with us. Alicia, I don't know whether you want to say what is coming next, because I believe there's a pause now, a break. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the speakers and the moderator as well. Now we are going to see a video with a small presentation of Ratan Lal, World Food Prize 2020, then a small break, and we will continue with a special presentation by Jeffrey Sachs and coffee presentation as well. Let's see the video.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. I am not still at COP28, therefore I'm getting my lecture recorded. In this regard, I do want to thank operator with ICA, IICA, and I do work very closely with ICA. I'm their Share of Soil program as well as Ambassador for Sustainable Development Issues. So it's a pleasure to work with you. I also want to make specific mention of thanks to Lina Ariza and Martha Castillo for your help and support in organizing this event. The title of my presentation, The Importance of Soil for Food and Agriculture. We should begin with the Sustainable Development Goals, the Agenda 2030 of the United Nations.
second part of the session we had today on food security and sustainable agricultural sector. We are beginning this very interesting session, and we welcome you very much to those that are here and those who are following us online from the region, from Latin America and Caribbean region. We will talk now about coffee. And why are we talking about coffee today at the COP28 in the Global Summit on Climate Change? Well, coffee is produced today in about 70 countries in the world, 18 of which are in Latin American region. About 125 million people live from coffee production in the world, the majority of which are smallholders, farmers. In this context, in Colombia, just to name the country where I live, 1/3 of coffee producing families have a woman as a head of the household. At the same time, almost all coffee producing countries are located in the tropical belt, also called bean belt by those in the coffee value chain. Some estimates say that if the current climate change path continues, by 2050, half of the land apt to produce coffee could disappear. The continued destruction of the environment and our social fabric, the growth of poverty and poverty-driven migration, the lack of access to health, education, and social and financial inclusion, among other very negative consequences, will be unmeasurable if we do not act now. Farmers' prosperity and environmental, social, and economic sustainability at the core of what CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America, stands and seeks to achieve in our region, while contributing to achieve the same in the rest of the world. I live in Colombia, and I have witnessed firsthand the impact of coffee in communities, in building social fabric, inclusion, and development in midst of a civic conflict of more than 50 years. That is the reason for the keynote presentation and subsequent conversation we are holding today. We have gathered the most respected and influential leaders in the coffee world, Danusa and Juan Esteban Orduz, together with Professor Jeffrey Sachs, the leading voice in sustainability in the world, who will also be our keynote speaker. Professor Sachs is also leading a team from the United Nations, Columbia University, and Oxford University in a joint project with the World Coffee Producers Forum and our team in CAF, entitled Achieving Coffee Farmers' Prosperity Through SDG-Based National Coffee Sustainability Plans. Vanusia Nogueira has been working with coffee farmers most of her life from the Brazilian Specialty Coffee Association for many years, and now as the first female executive director of the International Coffee Organization in London, which is the intergovernmental body where governments from producing and consuming countries gather. Juan Esteban Orduz, a very close friend of CAF, will guide this conversation. He has been involved in coffee for more than 20 years as president of the Colombian Coffee Federation in North America, and is currently the chair of the World Coffee Producers Forum, which he co-founded in 2017 with leaders from producing countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, including Vanusia. He has become the global advocate for a sustainable and profitable coffee value chain for all, based on co-responsibility and the prosperity of coffee farmers globally. Professor Jeffrey Sachs, our keynote speaker, is one of the most influential economists in the world, a best-selling author, a syndicated columnist, and many other things about which I could go on and on forever. However, we want to focus on today is on him as a visionary leader. Professor Sachs the global voice of the Sustainable Development Goals, understands, like few people do, that development and the fight against poverty can only happen if they go hand in hand with protecting the environment and keeping our planet and our communities healthy and safe. Professor Sachs has been the champion advocate of the need for world economic, social, and political leaders to commit to actions and policies that will allow our children and future generations to have a healthy world to live in. One of my favorite quotes of Professor Sachs is the following: "The defining challenge of 21st century will be to face the reality that humanity shares a common fate on a crowded planet." This quote and all his work summarizes what the Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina, the Development Bank of Latin America, stands for: development for all, social and economic inclusion, no matter your race, beliefs, or gender, and sustainability, including the fight against climate change, the protection of biodiversity, through real commitment and the compromises needed to achieve those goals. Professor Sachs, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the COP for bringing us together for this discussion. There was a famous mathematician named Erdos who defined a mathematician as a machine that turns coffee into theorems. And I would say that an economist may be the same, who turns coffee into speeches. So given that the sustainability of coffee is, for me, one of the most important topics in the world, I think about it every morning with my first coffee, and after I don't know how many during the day, to the end of the day. And therefore, I'm absolutely grateful to Juan Esteban Orduz for bringing me into the world of coffee in such an exciting way. We've been working together now for many years on the basic idea of how the Sustainable Development Goals can be mobilized to support the millions of smallholder coffee producers around the world, and to support this remarkable sector which brings the world's favorite and most important beverage for the world as well. Because after all, sustainable development and coffee really are completely intertwined. On the one hand, coffee growers around the world tend to be poor smallholder farmers, often in fragile ecosystems that are experiencing a tremendous amount of climate change, and they need the social dimensions of the Sustainable Development Goals. But at the same time, coffee itself is under tremendous stress because of global climate change. And in the study that we did together several years ago, a careful mapping of how downscaled climate projections map onto coffee growing regions showed that around half of the world's coffee growing area will face tremendous ecological stress as soon as mid-century. And so we're really, in this sector as in the whole world, up against a massive set of challenges. And the COF has stepped forward, as it always does, in an extremely creative way. The COF is a remarkable institution. It almost violates the second law of thermodynamics, in my view, because it turns a bit of disorder into order, whereas order usually is turned into disorder. And the reason I say that is that the COF brings together a group of not so creditworthy countries, and together borrows at superb credit ratings, and then lends this finance back to these members for constructive investment. So it's almost like self-levitation. I don't quite understand how it works, how double B borrowers get double A or better borrowing through the COF when they are the owners of this institution, but it works. It's a little bit of magic, and we're trying to make that magic work on a grand scale. And COF innovates in so many ways, not only in the financial innovation, but in the innovation in the social policies, in wonderful programs in Colombia and the Afro-Colombian community, which is another breakthrough sustainable development social program, in the program in coffee, and in another area where I was working this morning on urban financing, because cities have a hard time gaining access to funding. The COF, again, is doing extremely innovative design so that it can directly finance cities which bear a tremendous responsibility under the Climate Convention and the SDGs, but lack typically the financing to do it. In our project on coffee, the basic problem is this, and it was really explained to me. It was a big surprise when Andrea Illy, one of the great coffee leaders of the world, of Illy Coffee, explained to me something that I found shocking, actually, which is he said, we don't know that much about what really goes on at the farm level. It's not really been our business. We buy coffee, we roast it, we market it, we sell it, we assume it's going to be there, we hedge the prices, but we're not so much involved on the ground in actual production. I said, are you kidding? He said, no, some of the biggest producers know nothing about the farm level. They have buyers, and their job of the buyers is to buy and not to get involved at the local level. But Andrea Illy knows it's not going to work if we continue that way, because the underlying ecological stresses are so great that this whole value chain is not going to hold up over time. The smallholders don't have the financing for the solutions that they need. They often lack the technology for the solutions that they need. And it's going to come at some point that you go out to buy the coffee and it's just not going to be there at anything like the prices that are acceptable from the demand side. And Andrea has therefore taken the idea that we actually promoted a few years ago, that there needs to be a partnership. It's a surprise that it's a new idea, but that there needs to be an active financial partnership of companies and communities and governments and UN agencies for a new way to bind all the stakeholders together in a comprehensive program of sustainable development. And I was just with him at an event at the UN a couple of weeks ago where Illy gave its Ernesto Illy Awards to coffee producers. And we did an event at the UN introducing the UN to this. And he said, we're going to establish a coffee fund like we called for a few years ago. And now the International Coffee Organization is working on the parameters of that. And with the COF and with the ICO and with the major producers and with the major roasters and the brands and with the World Coffee Growers Federation, we have the makings of the multi-stakeholder ecosystem to actually share the responsibilities in a creative way for sustainable development. So our project is looking at 3 locations to understand more deeply what to do. A coffee growing site in Costa Rica, a coffee growing site in Colombia, and a coffee growing site in Brazil. So we have 3 pilot areas. And the idea is achieve the sustainable development goals coffee growing regions. That's the mandate. And to understand what that is, so we're in the process now of mapping the SDGs and the communities. Do they have schools, clinics, water, sanitation, electrification, hunger, other poverty needs? And mapping the agronomy. What's happening with the technology? What's happening with the climate change? What are the risks? What are the local institutions that are or are not available to address seed varieties or new improved mechanisms for water management or for harvesting and so forth? And this kind of comprehensive analysis has not really been done. No, there are groups that work on social dimensions, but not with an optic of coffee growers. And maybe there are some coffee research centers better in Brazil than in Costa Rica, from my understanding, for example. Costa Rica has more social sector, but not the scientific side. And the big roasters and the brands are not present at the local level. So the idea is we're doing a mapping for the first few months of the project, and then we're creating a kind of responsibility map. I expect the international companies to help financing the technological, the scientific, the agronomic, and the on-the-farm finance that is needed for the environmental sustainability. But I don't expect that Illy or Lavazza or Nestle is going to finance the schools and the clinics. That's not their job. Their job is coffee, but coffee along the whole supply chain. It's the job of the UN organizations, the multilateral development banks like the CAF, the national governments, to finance the social dimensions. And our theory is if we put together the business investment, the science and research investment, and the social investment into a comprehensive vision and strategy, that is how to achieve the sustainable development goals. So we believe when we come back at COP29, we can say whether we did it or not, but we believe that we will devise a model of responsibility, organization, data collection, community engagement that can be generalized first across coffee growing regions, because there are 40, how many countries are growing coffee right now? 70 around the world. And we want to make a template that can be used by other development banks and UN agencies and ICO and the companies in a general way. So that's the first point. But think of how many sectors are like this, because there are other commodities also facing similar kinds of stresses. And some are a little bit organized, some are not in any way organized at all. And what we're doing, I think, will have a general pattern of creating a new kind of governance. And maybe I'll just end there to say, we're at COP28. The achievement since COP1, not so great, actually. 27 interesting meetings. Now we're in the 28th interesting meeting. The world is a lot hotter than it was in 1995. There's a lot more greenhouse gases. The flow of greenhouse gases not even reached a peak yet, even though we're 28 years into active diplomacy. The financing has not been solved. I would give failing grades to most governments. The United States, F for sure. It's a disaster. And maybe they will learn eventually. They will not be head of the class probably for a long time, but maybe they can learn. But one of the challenges is bad will. There really is a lot of that. Greed, there's a lot of that. But one part of this is that it's a complicated agenda because it truly is across all of the major sectors of society. It's truly many objectives all piled in together. The financing is quite complicated. So we're learning a new kind of governance. You can't take off the shelf what to do. And that's why I really am grateful to the COF for spearheading this creative project. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to be part of it. And I'm very optimistic that we're going to learn a lot that can become a general proposition for coffee growers worldwide and for other sectors as well. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Sachs, for your very inspiring words. A little anecdote: when I first discussed with Professor Sachs, we started this conversation through a common friend, Alejandro Santo Domingo, who at the time had invested big investments in coffee. And when I explained to him what we're trying to do, and he brought the issue of Andrea Ili now. Because what Andrea said is, we buy the coffee, we roast the coffee, we sell the coffee, we have no clue what happens on the farm. And that was which the World Coffee Producers Forum was born. Manusia and myself and some others put this together. We had never met with the African producers, we never met with the Vietnamese, we never. Now, I can say, Manusia the same, when I go to Africa, I have friends all over Africa, East Africa, West Africa, because basically it put us together. And the first minute I said this, before I go into the substance of this, after 5 minutes explaining to Professor Sachs this, he said, you know what, I'm on board. I said, we're going to have a meeting in Medellin. Can you come? He took out his paper and notes. What date is it? Wrote it down. I'm in. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was exactly what happened. No doubt, no hesitation. He thought immediately we need to really work with the coffee sector, the social fabric it creates, and the communities that produce the coffee to try to use that sector to bring it to be more sustainable, the first sustainable sector in the world. I have a first question for you, Professor Zach. Let me start somewhere. But Tom Friedman said after COP in Dublin, the COP in Dublin, that everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. Before we go into coffee, does everybody still want to go to heaven, but without dying this time here in Dubai, or is that changing a little bit? What's your view on that? We have only one mic. Yeah.
Consider one breakthrough that was made at the beginning of the COP, and that's the launch of the Losses and Damages Fund. Okay, it could have come 30 years ago. It could have come 15 years ago, but it finally arrived now. And the idea is we've got lots of climate emergencies, lots of poor people that are suffering that had nothing to do with causing this crisis, and no place for governments to turn. And we were just in a group discussing the financing of that a little while ago. And one of the very impressive speakers was from Pakistan. And we recalled that half of Pakistan was flooded essentially by the complete disaster last year. Now they're in debt crisis because you just go from spiral to crisis to financial crisis next. And there's no system to handle this. There was no insurance for what happened. There was no responsibility. They lost perhaps $50 billion in this flooding and got donor help of a few $1 billion, a small fraction of what was needed. So finally, a Losses and Damages Fund has been created, but almost no money in it. So this is like all of the struggles that we have. The United States pledged, if I read correctly, I have to make sure I read this correctly, $17.5 million, which is, I don't know, I haven't calculated how many minutes of the Pentagon budget it is, but it's not very many minutes of what we would spend on the military. So the next battle is to get this properly funded. And my basic idea is you got to tax carbon emissions, both the historic emissions and the current flow of emissions. And the rich countries need to pay based on what they're emitting. That's simple, and what they've emitted in the past. And not to ask for permission, not to beg, not to do anything else, to have some responsibility. So that's the next campaign. So all of this is not quite like Sisyphus pushing the stone up the hill and having it roll down. We're actually getting somewhere. Boy, they make you work every step of the way, because the rich don't want to give up any privileges at all. They don't want to have any responsibility at all. And we're inventing new government as we go along, empowering new government. We need new treaties, new agreements, new ways of doing things. So the answer is that there is actual progress. The problem only is two things. The climate's changing faster than the progress. It's accelerated rate of warming now. And I have the most terrifying colleague in the world, James Hansen, who is the world's leading climate scientist in my view. And he's terrifying because he's sweet as can be, nice as can be, soft-spoken as can be, and he terrifies you with the facts of how we are absolutely wrecking the planet. And last week he issued a paper showing that we have accelerated the rate of warming from about 0.18 degrees Celsius per decade to 0.27, minimum 0.27 degrees warming per decade, which means we're about to exceed the 1.5 degree limit. He said that's dead. We're absolutely going to overshoot that in the next few years. So one reason why this is so frustrating is, yes, there's progress, but the worsening of the conditions is going faster than the progress. The second thing that's really terrifying, is that unlike many other things in this world, a lot of these changes are irreversible if they get out of control. If we lose the West Antarctic glacier, there will be a multi-meter rise of sea level that won't go away for millennia. And we're very close to the disintegration of the buttressing that holds the glaciers onto the continent and away from the Southern Ocean. And if that buttressing cracks up, then you have an accelerated flow of the glacier into the Southern Ocean, and we could have a rise of the sea level. Nobody knows the timing. In a year, in 10 years, in 50 years, 3 meters, 5 meters. It would devastate huge parts of the world. We're close to that. Can it be avoided? Probably not at this point, at some rate, in some way. But can worse be avoided? Absolutely. So we're really in an extremely dangerous period. Our politics is not geared for this at all. And that's why we can have progress, but also justifiably be afraid at the same time and in need of much greater urgency. And these politicians, they live in a different world, especially in the rich, powerful, I'll just say in the United States. Their business has been war and military spending, not recognizing responsibility. And these wars need to end immediately. And we need we need a new generation of politicians, basically, that know what they're doing and are getting onto this. So it's a very close call.
Thank you, Professor Sachs. Let me just follow up and jump into coffee for a question for you and for Vanusia as well. One of the main things we want to try to achieve with the new study we're doing with the forum and Professor Sachs and the team is to create this like handbook, let's say, or template for national coffee sustainability plans. One of the things that I always like to say is, you know, if farmers don't have land titles, it's not Starbucks' fault. If they don't have a pension, it's not Nestle's fault. So we need public policies from the governments. You work with lots of governments. How can we, in practical terms, in reality, how can we get the governments to really work on designing and developing, implementing public policies that would really improve the situation of farmers and bring them to what we call prosperity in the group? And Vanusia, being the leader of the intergovernmental coffee organization, where all producers and consumers are sitting, or most of them, because the U.S. is not there yet. How can this forum there help get the governments to produce public policies, implement them, and make them happen in practical terms? Because everybody speaks about everything. I personally, when I hear the expression collective action, I get scared. That's kind of when nothing's going to happen, they say collective action. So how do we really need to, how can we make collective action happen? Professor Sachs and others. Yeah.
Just one thing I've learned in 40 years of public policy work, don't wait for governments to design anything. They're not in the business of designing things. At best, they're in the business of managing. So if you want something designed, design it yourself and give it to a government to say, here's something good for you to do, and explain why it's good for the government to do. Usually add some financial incentive for them to do it also. It comes with loans, or it comes with grants, or it comes with this kind of benefit. Then they're even more interested. Governments do not have the time or the expertise to design things in general. They're running every minute, morning till night, politically, managing crises, managing events, trying to bring coalitions together, trying to survive a vote, trying to explain to a parliament. So design is not the business of government, in my experience, and I've advised probably more than 100 finance ministers around the world. They would like practical solutions, not design questions. Don't give them homework, give them solutions. The homework they should have done before they became minister, but they don't have time to think. So we need to help them think, not in the most direct way. Here is something that can work. I was in a awful meeting which made a deep impression on me. A ecologist friend of mine desperately wanted to meet with the finance minister in an African country to explain how important the environmental crisis was. And so I made the arrangements and we met, and basically the ecologist said, "Minister, it's really a serious crisis." "Yes, I know. What would you like?" "Well, Minister, I really want you to know how serious it is." Yes, what would you like?" "You know, I really, you need to take this really seriously in your legislation." "Yes, thank you." And that was the end of the meeting. Completely useless. The minister wanted, well, can you give me 2 things to really do? We need to package things, not as a trick, very transparently, but to say, here is a way that you can address the following problems. We've studied this for a couple of years. It really works. You've got a lot of coffee growers. You've got this district. Here are their problems, and here's an approach. And we can get the different UN agencies and the companies signed on to this. Great. Where do we begin? That's what we need to do.
Well, good afternoon. Thanks for the invitation to be here. For me, it's a proud, and I'm very happy to be here with you. And as Professor Sachs already said, and Juan just said again, It's very complex. It's a very complex moment, and we can put together many simple solutions, but the set of solutions will be very complex. And we need to realize, in my opinion, that we really need to have all the actors of the value chain working together. And in some moments, Juan Esteban, I think that the governments, the public sector, they are dreaming about having someone to do the job, to do the things on behalf of them. And sometimes I met some ministers in many of the countries that they say to me, Vanusia, this is the issue and the income. The producers need more prosperity. They need another kind of level of prices of coffee and things like that. And I say to them, look, we are in a free market. And part of these issues you cannot put on my shoulder, because this is not my responsibility. In many of the countries, as Professor Sachs already said, the major issue that we have, it's access to education, it's access to health. We are doing similar searches in other countries in order to have a kind of complement solutions for all these more than around 70 countries in the world. And we already have some numbers that we can show to the governments that, look, the major issue in your country is the access to health. Let's work together to have a plan for that, and then you need to implement this. This is not my responsibility as ICO. This is not a responsibility from the private sector. We can help. We can support to get the correct funding for that, to get access to the experts to manage that. Because in some moments, Professor Sachs, I think that including for managing these projects, the governments need our help. They don't have experts for this. They have a lot of wish for doing better lives to their public, for their people, but they don't have expertise on doing that. And I think together we can do it. And one point that for me, it's very, very important, Juan Esteban, we need to work in countries that the public sector, the government would like to work with us. They already realize that they have a challenge, and we are there for help them. We are partners in their solution, and not to claim for them to get attention of the challenge that they have in their country. It's a totally different way to work with, because in many countries they are not aware yet. They don't want any kind of interference from outside. And then it's very, very hard to work. And what we are doing as ICO, it's exactly this. We talk with them and I say to them, who would like to work on that? Raise your hands. And then we start. For that ones that say to me, look, Vanus, I would like to think about it. I would like to consult my capital before to raise the hand. Let's wait. Each one has his or her time to do the things for the maturation of the ideas. And we need to respect these as well.
Thank you, Vanusia. I have another question, and it comes from the first report that you did, Professor Sachs, with the team of the forum. You talked about the Global Coffee Fund. You just mentioned it, and there was controversy. People said, how is it going to happen? Who is going to put the money? We were talking about $10 billion a year. There's no industry that's going to put the money. As time has moved on, and we have advanced, the more personally I think of it, I think, how do we put together one such fund in a way that it is attractive for companies? That if there's a way that they can support farmers, that fund can support farmers, but also they can hopefully get some return if that's possible. Not necessarily financial return, but also, let me call it reputational return if it contributes to their green sustainability policies, or even if one is to be a little bit cynical, even to the greenwashing in terms that they invest in the fund and they don't have to put together anything else. But how to make it attractive and profitable for the industry, and what roles can institutions like CAF, for instance, play in putting together one such fund? I know the ICO is working on that. I'd like to hear from Vanusia as well. But how would that look if you want to make it attractive for to be created and not just free money?
First, I think that you have won the that you've already won the interest. I know of Illy, and I think other major companies as well. They're ready to really look hard at that question. And ICO is really working on that. And we need to work together with ICO and the companies to really build the practicalities. I think for them, it's basically three things. On the one hand, they will understand that there's a pre-competitive need to pool resources to make sure that coffee remains a sustainable activity from an agronomic point of view. So that's research and development, best practices, technology transfer, mapping, and so on. They will understand that because industries understand that you need industry work together on major technical challenges. Then there's the investment at the farm level. That needs to become part of their business to push farther into the value chain, but that's a commercial return also. So that I think they can understand. What I think we can also bring to them is to say, you do your part. We're going to mobilize a lot of social investment in the communities where you're working to make these communities really viable, places that are productive, well-educated local populations, livable, and that is what we bring to the table: schools, clinics, basic infrastructure, viability of coffee growing communities as productive livelihoods and places to work and to live. And that's got to be attractive for the industry as well, because we're bringing something to the table, and I want to bring that through national governments and through the international organizations, and the CAF is going to bring real resources to that as well. So I think it's a package deal where it's clear that the industry is going to get out of this some commercial returns, of course, some reputational returns, but even straight commercial returns, viability of the industry, and a lot of partners also investing in the places that are important for the industry.
As I said before, there is a time for maturation for new ideas. I was counting here. It was exactly 4.5 years ago when you mentioned, Professor Sachs, the first time publicly the idea of the fund. And in the end of your speech, many people brought, this was in Campinas in Brazil. And many people came to me, did you bring this professor here to say this to us? This professor is totally crazy. This was 4.5 years ago. And then last year, when I arrived in ICO, it's exactly 1.5 years ago, 3 years after that, people started to ask me, the private sector started to ask me about the fund. Can we try to discuss about this? Can we have this discussion? It's a time of maturation. now they think that it's the moment to do that, and we are looking for solutions for that, and we are looking for ideas. And with the leadership of Andrea Ili, we are looking for these ideas to bring this point all together to have this kind of solution. I will refer now to the first panel that we have this afternoon here. We were talking about the cooperatives. This is one of the solutions for food security and for food supply in the world, mainly for the small producers. When they are organized in cooperatives in a collective in entrepreneurship, this can has a better possibility to go forward to be successes. But we someone asked them about how many of these cooperatives they failed in 1 year, 2 years. And I would like to bring this to the leadership of coffee, because I think there is one point that it's very, very important, and it's totally related to coffee as well, that it's building a capacity building. Our producers, they need to learn how to take care of the planet, how to take care of their plantations in a better way. Also, our cooperatives and our producers, they need to be educated on having this kind of collective associations or these collective organizations. They don't know how to do it. They create a board, they create a cooperative, they create a board, they create a auditing board to do it. They don't know how to manage that. They don't know how to manage financially, in management, in business. And they don't know how to access the market. They don't know how to access the fundings. And then, by magic, they will not have anything. And one of the points that I learned from many people that we are talking about this fund or this mechanism to finance the producers, mainly the smallholder producers, they are saying to me that one of the issues that we have, or one of the challenges that you have, it's exactly the capacity building, how to finance capacity building. How to do that. And I am sure that there are some examples in the world that we can use, and some countries that are doing this better than others, that as far as I could understand right now, until now, they are totally open to share their experience. But probably the other countries will need some kind of a funding to replicate these success cases that we already have in the world.
Thank you, Vanusia. I know the two of you have very busy schedule. By the way, Professor Sachs, we have been asked by Vietnam. They want to be the host of the next forum in 2025, and Colombia will be in 2027 again. So we already have a presentation in Vietnam with the study we're doing. I'm sorry?
What's the date?
Not yet fixed. We work with the Vietnamese government. Hopefully July, always July. So we'll try to do it in July. But just quick things. What would be if you had to give coffee farmers 1 or 2 recommendations from your view? Okay, this is what you should be doing right now in terms of let me say, help humankind and help the planet. What should you be doing? Imagine you're talking to farmers here, sitting in front of them, as you have done in the forums.
The coffee growers themselves. Well, the coffee growers, most importantly, need to understand the situation that they're in. They need to work together in the community to understand the climate situation, the social situation, and how to make their needs and their voices heard so that they become part of this movement to sustainable development. They're often not asked, but we're trying to give them a voice and they are going to need to give a good answer. This is what our community needs for our viability, for us to raise our children in a constructive way, for us to be able to make the investment. So we're going to need that partnership very strongly, and to hear the voices of the farmers and especially of the communities on how together we can move forward.
Thank you. Manusia, your two recommendations very briefly.
Well, what I'm saying to all the producers in the world, a coffee family, and I know this by heart. And but I think one of the major things, Juan Esteban, that I'm suggesting to all the producers is let's see your plantation as business. I'm not on coffee just because my father used to be a coffee grower and my grandfather used to be a coffee grower, and I don't know anything else to do. No, let's think about this as a business and let's look for profitability, all of us together.
Thank you very much. I know you guys have to run, but so both of you and Professor Sachs, you are the most sought after person in this venue today. So you spend more than 1 hour with us. So thank you so much, and please an applause for them. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. They are speaking in indigenous language, for which there is no translation. Hello, everyone. My name is Dunya, and it's true that I actually don't like these kind of formats. I prefer speaking from the bottom of my heart because I think that sometimes they can be cumbersome. And I think that whenever we express ourselves truly and sincerely, we can do better. So that's why, to create a different format, we've decided to start with a ceremony. It's called harmonization. But however, when we use ambiguous concepts, we sometimes don't take into consideration their points of view and their approaches. So I'd like you to consider the importance of ceremonies, and mainly, I'd like to ask all of you to connect in this moment in the reflection space that we are in today. It's true that we are facing a climate crisis and the climate change, but whenever we mention climate change, we have to know exactly what we are referring to, who is this addressed to, and we talk a lot about sustainable development. Well, that concept started already 30 years ago. And we have managed to understand now what has to be changed. And in my peoples in the northern part of Colombia, there's a word called Tano Sanamo. Tano is the word that describes what you receive 30 or 50 years from now. And the other concept is seasonable, which is what you're getting right now. So I would like to convey the following message. Tano Sanamo has to go directly into your heart. Because it's true that as a mama, I would do a ceremony because we always do them. So we have here the presence of the Mayor Waco. So that's why we are all present here to start the ceremony. Thank you. We are sorry, but there is no sound coming in. And hence we cannot interpret.
Entonces, vamos a lograr que mientras yo doy vuelta
Well,
con
I'm
esto,
going to turn around and I invite you to close your eyes and focus and concentrate because we have to connect with the earth. We are talking to Mother Earth, and it is not something simple, it's sacred. It's something sacred and so important to us. That's why we call Mother the earth. Because beyond the physical earth, we have the law of our mother, of the earth, that goes beyond the physical world. So we have the Zen, which is the intangible world, but it is not the Oriental, the Asian Zen. We're referring now to an ordered world. So we're trying to connect with that world so that whatever we say is coherent with the system that belongs to the natural order. So I invite you to do this exercise now. Please close your eyes, focus, concentrate, and try to avoid any mental fog, brain fog.
Eso es todo. Y esto tenemos que dejarlo en algún sitio
Well,
en
we have to leave it somewhere in Dubai. So please help me find a small mountain or a hill, and we have to place it there. Thank you so much.
Bueno, vamos a escuchar ahora Alicia, que nos va a dar apertura ya a los 5 panelistas que
Now we're going to have Alicia with us. We have 4 panelists here among us. So Alicia, please, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes, bienvenidos a este evento.
Thank you very much. Be very welcome to this event that we proudly organize here in the Pavilion of Latin America and the Caribbean. So thank you very much for this ceremony that you have organized that has calmed us down after a hectic day and an intense day. So greetings to all of those who are connected online. I'm not going to take up a lot of time here. I'd like just to mention the importance of working with the indigenous peoples for CAF. And I'd like to say we are learning from them when it comes to climate change and biodiversity. And the truth is that they are extremely relevant for our work, which is the work of all of us. They're important to take care of Mother Earth. And I'm learning bit by bit after the discussions I've had with them about this cosmo vision that they have that we're going to dig in today. And I think this changes the outlook that we have towards nature, our job, the way we interact with people, because they live hand in hand with Mother Earth. So we'll have the moderator, who's Una. They're helping us with a consultancy services, but they're going, well, we have Guna Chaparro, and she is the person who will guide us. She will be the moderator today, and as panelists, we have today the following people: Dario Mejia Montalvo, who is the president of the Permanent Forum for Indigenous Affairs of the United Nations within the Xenu people in Colombia. And then we also have Danilo Villafañe. I think that we all know who he is because he's the governor of the peoples, the Arhuaco people in Colombia. We also have Tania Vera, leader of the Guarani people in Paraguay, and E.R. Helio Souza from the Nature Conservancy, and I guess that you are expert on the indigenous people. So thank you very much for being with us today. So without further ado, the floor is yours, and we are expectant to hear what you have to tell us today. So, as Danilo has said, we will look for a small mountain to leave your gift. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alicia. Well, I'd like to introduce now the 4 panelists that we have in front of us. We have Dario, Tania, Danilo, and Helcio. Usually, when we speak about indigenous peoples, we have the tendency to think that thoughts, ways, and cosmovision is the same. We are prone to standardize everything, and people think that we preserve and conserve the same way, and that we face climate change the same way. And that's why in this space we wanted to bring in different people, because we have different cosmovisions. It's another way of perceiving the world. But I'm going to convey a clear message to all of you, to all of the attendees, because we have people from different backgrounds, people who work for governments, we have civil society, we have many different people, but we always think that the way I think has to be imposed on other peoples. And we are not here to merge ways of thinking. We are here to merge objectives and goals. I'm saying this because sometimes we have to say ourselves, well, I cannot impose my arguments, but I think there is a common denominator, which is the climate crisis that affects us all. And in this sense, historically, we have to think of why we've been having the climate crisis. Well, there are many stakeholders. Some people deny it. Some people believe it. Some people only believe in science and do not take into account the ancestral knowledge, because for some it is useless. But, well, my position is not to invalidate other people's thinking, but to integrate them. And that's why it's true that the COP 28 is very much based on university studies. And that's why we have to take into account the knowledge that we have. And we have to take into account the framework of indigenous peoples. So to me, the fact of being here with you today in the COP28 is very important. So I'd like, again, to convey a message. We have religious people here who have different beliefs, and there's a really appropriate conclusion here. I'm 28 years old, and I have acquired a great deal of knowledge from mammals, which is a good analysis. But sometimes climate change is invisible. Why is that? Well, there's an anthropocentric vision here. Everything rotates around the human being, and that's it. The sound of the microphone comes and goes. We're very sorry. We're doing our best. We are working a lot on environmental changes, but we have to know that human being is articulated in the environment. It is embedded in it. That is why there's an expert who is Dr. Alejandro Gaviria who says that we don't have to go against the human being, because the bad thing of human beings, it's not themselves, it's its actions. And that is why we have to have a more holistic vision. But in the diversity framework, we have to include all of the ideas that we have. And this is something that we all suffer, we all have, because we have many different visions and players here. And based on that, we're going to start with Darío. Darío is a very important person, and he represents a political voice at an indigenous people's perspective. If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, we have over 800 indigenous peoples in the world. And from that perspective, I'd like to ask Darío the following question. It's the following. What mechanisms can we use to ensure the effectiveness and the participation of indigenous peoples when it comes to planning and execution in order to mitigate the climate change? Thank you. Well, to begin with, I'd like to thank you for having me. Thank you for having invited me in this space of dialogue. And thank you for being here and for sharing this moment with us. I know during the COP, we always have hectic days. But anyway, thank you to all of you, because you've harmonized all of these sessions. So to answer your question, I remember that when I was at uni, one of my professors told me, we have to be reluctant and we cannot take anything for granted. And I've listened during the permanent forum to the voices of the indigenous peoples. And the thing they agree with all of them, regardless of where they're from, is that we shouldn't speak about mitigation. We should not speak about resilience. We shouldn't mention those concepts because it is not part of their cosmovision. It is part of the language and jargon that companies and nations are using. And this is a language and a jargon that has been developed to tackle a problem that has been caused by human action. What indigenous peoples advocate and defend is their outlook on the territory. What indigenous peoples always think of is that we must have a recognition of the way on how governments rule the world and how their lands are managed. So the question could be reversed, I'd say. I can ask you now, how can we pave the way so that the multilateral institutions, and by the way, I'm very grateful for having this conversation with CAF because they're opening up doors and windows to have these dialogues. So I'd like to ask you how financial institution can draft a concept that can acknowledge that we have different outlooks that go beyond the patterns that are seeking economic policies, essentially. So how can we go beyond the economic approach? I think we have to go back to the right side when it comes to the climate debates that we have. And when we talk about rights, we have to know that we cannot go on with pigeonholed debates when it comes for, on the one hand, we're going to talk about food security, biodiversity, climate action. On the other hand, we're going to talk about human rights, etc. We cannot compart this because at the end of the day, what is climate crisis? Where does it happen? All of these topics happen in the same area. They happen in the same space. And we can all feel temperatures rising. We can all feel how we damage the crops, and we see how migrations continue to increase. So populations are accepting migrants or they reject them. And governments, so people, are doing so. So going beyond the borders is very important. And a second point that I heard, if you allow me some more minutes, is that indigenous peoples have their own economic outlook. And this economic outlook that the indigenous peoples have, well, is one that used to belong to the Western societies. It's actually the rules of the household. That's it. And this is what economy is for us. The rules of the household. Because we have built a similar concept. But it's true that to us, household is not just the four walls in which we between where we live. No, it's the whole planet. And actually, during your initial intervention, during your opening words, you said it. We follow the rules of Mother Earth. However, economy, as we know it now, has been limited to follow only the results of the human workforce. And therefore, financial institutions must revise and review their own concepts. We have to really understand what does work mean, what capacity means, and what risk means. And these three measures are very important for financial institutions. And indigenous peoples play an essential role to add value to life and to add value to capital in order to preserve life on Earth. And this is not being taken into consideration. On the contrary, sometimes the advocacy of rights of indigenous peoples is perceived as something risky. And that's why we do not invest. Why? Well, because it's risky, because we might defend our rights. And the speech should be the opposite. If we are advocating the protection of Mother Nature, this is where we have to invest, because this is where we will have the most human and life profitability. So the maths on what is valuable now, as for today, has to change. I think that now, in the case we're in, this type of global perspective have to be included, and we have to come to an agreement. We cannot impose any perspective, of course. We cannot impose an overview. No, we have to come to an agreement and know what the common objectives are. And the goal here is to ensure that our future generations will have land, will have resources, will have good food, will have oxygen. But if we do not draft a strategic plan on how we perceive the world, we will not transform the world. And to be able to transform the world and the policies, we have to change the way we see it. And I think this is where indigenous peoples can contribute a lot. But to do so, they have to be in the conversation. They have to make the decisions. They have to have the right capacity, because we tend to say that if you're not on the table, you're on the menu. It's an informal saying that we have. And indigenous peoples cannot be on the menu, because what's on the menu is eaten. And once everything will be eaten, we will not have necessary resources, neither for indigenous peoples nor for the rest. And I think this is the wake-up call. I think we all have to sit down and talk. And I think this is a great opportunity, especially in the case of public banks, because they have the responsibility of working towards development of rights. And they are in charge of generating and creating alliances with the other sectors, with which centuries ago are ensuring sustainability of life in the planet. So we have to have common objectives and common strategies to work together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dario. I think your insight is very valuable. It's a very holistic vision, the one that you have. And in this framework of nature-based solutions, now we're going to move to Tania. Tania is from Paraguay. And she's been working for a while now as a leader, a woman leader. She also works as a professor, and she's also a student too, by the way. So she can provide many different insights, and that is going to be very enriching for our dialogue. You have the floor.
¿Cómo están? Mi nombre es Tania Basílica
How
Vera
are you? My name is Tania Basila Portillo. My name, my indigenous name. I was baptized with that, but Paraguay didn't allow to have indigenous origin, so I was given a different name. But currently, you can use indigenous names in your birth certificate. That's why I have two names. So within the question the colleague asked, I also agree with my colleague Dario. On the one hand, all indigenous people say the first thing that we need in order to work for the environment and to have well-being and welfare within indigenous communities is to ensure and guarantee our territory. This is um, a claim by all communities in the world. We are guardians of nature. We are guardians because we have a connection to nature, to the land. And that is where our spirituality comes from in Paraguay. As Guarani people, we say that it doesn't matter if you leave your culture and you become Catholic or whatever religion before you die, no matter what, you go back to your roots. That is never taken away from you and never erased, no matter how far and strong you want to become culturalized. That doesn't die away. That lies within our own identity of indigenous people. So for me, once the land has been assured, what we need is to have active participation with a leading role. Why am I saying this? Because we have proven that we have capacity and knowledge enough, whether spiritual, ancestral, and professional, and we hold relevant and significant positions. We have also developed public policies and plans in Paraguay. I'm talking about my country. We have managed to have passing of laws, and there are very good laws and acts in Paraguay. But as a speaker said this morning, it all starts from the very bottom, and those on top are not interested in the implementation. So now what we need is to have a voice and an opinion, a vote, to have different actions to be able to implement this at our hand. How can we do this? Well, in these discussion spaces with the contributions of each country. What are the obligations now? Well, more than providing a recommendation to countries to have indigenous peoples getting involved for a fund validation, we should force everybody to be participating in the execution and implementation of plans, because there's lots of ongoing projects in Paraguay, very good ones, but objectives and goals are not met because we're only there to validate documents. Meetings are done to validate documents so that that can become implemented. But nothing can be done in the field because it is not done in agreement with the philosophy of the community. Each community, each people has its own autonomy and our own way of community administration. If someone comes and brings a project that does not agree with your beliefs and your spirituality, I've learned a lot in this space. Apologies, but the sound is not too good and we cannot translate. So lots of projects reach the communities, but are not in agreement with the needs of the community. So it will only be good if we're there from the very beginning, from the design to the implementation, because communities also have their own features and characteristics. So there's the consultation process, but when it comes to implementation, a company comes to perform the work and they damage the community and the process again because the due work was not performed within the community in agreement with the community, with the reality of that community, based on their lifestyle and culture and beliefs. All that needs to be respected. So for me, it would be basically that. So I don't know whether it's because I'm actively representing projects, but in my opinion, it is necessary to be there, basically to take over and be there. And we can only see a result in the territory if the indigenous peoples participate. And when participation is given, I don't know whether this is the case in every country, but in Paraguay, we call it participation when you validate the documents. So a project is presented and you are bound to sign it. But what you say is not taken into account. What you truly want to do in your indigenous community. We have a plan of public policies for indigenous peoples approved by decree, but the authorities do not want to implement it in the country. There's no political will, as we say over there. We can only turn this into a reality if we have the funds, because we do have capacity to do this. Another very significant matter for me is that we shouldn't only do projects through government to mitigate climate change, but rather these actions should reach the communities, the indigenous peoples who want to implement the project, because sometimes resources are cut short and there aren't enough to do what is the initial goal of a project. So this is also what I wanted to say before I close. Resources should reach the communities and the projects, because the government always keeps half and the other half is not delivered. So you can therefore not deliver what you've promised or committed to. Thank you very much, Tania. You were talking about something very important. You were saying that decisions to a global response need to come from within. The response needs to be endogenous. And in that sense, solutions not always lie in the legal field, that's symbolic events. The response lies within the framework of a cultural change. And now we're going to hear that from Danilo. He is governor of the Arhuaco people in Santa Marta Mountains in Colombia. For over 30 years, he's been leading environmental processes, and one was the eradication of coca leaves. And whenever we hear about Colombia, we always relate it to the coca leaf in a very ugly way. Apologies, but the sound quality is quite poor and we cannot fully translate what is being said on the floor. Farmers and indigenous people, the Arhuaco community. So, Daniel, you have the floor. Good afternoon. I'm going to apologize if I say something that is offensive in any way, so I'm going to say sorry and apologize so that I can feel free to say it. I think that, or at least I would like to go back to something Tania said, which is the capacity for states to understand the diversity that lies in their countries and in different places, and the importance of that cultural diversity. How long does it need, or does a community take to be born, to grow with its culture and tradition? How long does it take? How long or how much time needs to pass so that we can have these peoples? It is not just for free that indigenous peoples are in highly preserved spaces. Well, it's basically language, culture, making all the magic the way of seeing the world, of understanding the world, of living together with nature in a sensitive environment. I want to claim that, in truth, there's very few people around the world carrying out effective preservation actions. How many people is truly acting to take care of the planet? And I'm sure there's very few people working for such a special and relevant matter as the balance in nature and the planet. For instance, this is a huge event. People come from all around, and things will come out of this, I'm sure, but I'm also aware that there is a fault here or a flaw, and everything needs to be labeled, everything needs to be fitted into logic. So where is cultural diversity? Where does it lie? That relationship with preservation, that acknowledgement and recognition. Thanks to that diversity, well, what I mean is that cultural diversity is very much related with preservation. So that recognition of those specificities of knowledge, of tradition is all applied to reality. We're not going to preserve now. We've already done it historically. It's not something we're coming up with now to talk about preservation or inventing things to preserve. We need to value those cultures, those traditions, the ones that have been preserving. So far, we have the Amazon in Colombia, Sierra Nevada, the Catacumbo area, Tarija. When you look at a map and all the Pacific area, you look at the map and the largest natural reservoir is precisely where indigenous peoples are. The greatest allies to Colombian people are the indigenous people, and other places as well, in Brazil and other latitudes. So there is a symbiosis here between biodiversity and preservation, because it is not sophisticated and intellectual knowledge, it's rather the culture that has been developed within human groups. Art is not done by experts. Art is done by traditions, the traditions to preserve. There's a lot to rescue here, but we shouldn't discard all the new ideas either. We need to combine them. But I feel slightly frustrated when the validity of other realities aside from scientific knowledge are not acknowledged, accepted, or recognized. And this is an homogenization place. It seems people talk about climate change here, but no, people and countries are trying to impose. We are all aware here. This is like a boxing ring between the different countries. So, we should like to continue contributing from the simplest thing, which is how do we have this sense of responsibility over nature, the sense of view, of vision? What is the perspective or mindset? From what perspective can human beings behave in the way they think? They act in the way they think, in the way they conceive reality. That's how they act. So with that conception, problems come later. You may call it climate change or whatever, but what we have ahead is a great problem. And in 500 years' time, if we continue along these same lines, who knows whether existence is feasible? So the problem is a very serious one. How are we going to revert that with the same culture, with the same knowledge foundations. We say that there's a cultural way and the way in which the human being thinks, how it defines its priorities. And with that logic, this problem has been generated. And if the logic is not changed, the same problem will be constantly reproduced, even though they are aware of the problem they've generated. So, very strong and decisive changes are needed, and I hope these scenarios and stages enable that. But I believe there needs to be much more strength. But I don't want to simply complain. We've proven things. We don't need to demand to be heard, but this needs to be acknowledged. And what we want to do is to find the appropriate allies. So welcome everybody who wants to support, but not to change, but rather to strengthen what we've already learned and what we have. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Tenemos a Elcio.
We have Elcio.
Los antropólogos buscan
Anthropologists always try to find a way of providing faith to cultural issues. He is strategic director of the Nature Conservancy. He is in the Amazon region and knows many realities from that area. Welcome, Elcio.
Alô. Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias al CAF também pela
Thank
invitação, não?
you
Pela honra de
to the
poder estar
CAF
na mesa
and also the
líderes,
invitation
jovens
that allows me
indígenas.
to be here with the different leaders.
Não me queda muito para acrescentar depois de
I
tudo
don't
que
have
foi falado.
much to say after what you've said.
Estou falando portunhol, não? Para
Well,
quem
I'm speaking Portuguese, half Spanish, half Portuguese. That's what I'm trying to do. But this is a preservation
talvez uma das maiores. Atuamos
relationship, perhaps one of the
60, 70
biggest.
países.
60, 70 countries. A few decades ago, we learned that there's no preservation in the world without taking traditional communities and indigenous peoples into account. And ever since, the NSC is no longer a big group of companies, and it's understood that there is a very direct correlation between respect of indigenous rights. The Amazon and many regions, this is an example. If there's no respect for territorial indigenous rights, this is a process, yes, but there's many relevant territories, and I'm sure good part of the Amazon would no longer be there. So there's the importance of the recognition of territorial rights, indigenous rights, the management of their lands, indigenous rights, their own strengthened organizations. One of the main mechanisms to face climate change now, because it shows us that as we've seen here, the importance of common territories, collective territories is now relevant for the climate balance worldwide. And when we talk about indigenous rights, apologies, but the sound is poor quality. We talk about human rights, indigenous rights, and NGOs like ours are being challenged to respect and support the implementation of these legal frameworks, but also the private sector, also banks. There's been a decade of learning, of building, of instruments. I remember at the very beginning, there was the Ecuadorian series of guidelines, and companies were trying to really implement the correlation the informed consultation, informed consent, and the different mechanisms of governance structures of indigenous peoples. There is a set of very practical guidelines that, well, indigenous people talk about participation, but this is not something impossible. It's something practical. There's lessons on how to do this and experience on how to do informed consent and consultation. So it's a very relevant mechanism by institutions. When the financing mechanisms for climate change are done, it needs to be very clear that the proposals and the financing mechanisms are there, are implementing also the safeguards and the basic principles of indigenous rights. And this is not something impossible. It's something practical, reliable, and necessary. And there's knowledge. And this implements the most basic matters of indigenous matters and aspects related to governments, to national states. There's lots of things that financial mechanisms of financial institutions can actually help out with. And some others are the standards, high financing standards of the private sector related to participation, distribution of benefit and profit, and safeguards, basic safeguards defined within the Climate Convention, the Climate Agreement. And this is very strong for the matter that the construction of different financial mechanisms that are different needs to be sped up. There's a different perspective by indigenous peoples in the implementation of their projects, and we need to think about the adaptation of financial mechanisms. This morning, we saw this in a different pavilion, the experience of the financial mechanisms that indigenous peoples are constructing and building. So indigenous funds, social funds strategies to accelerate the fact that resources truly reach territories, the perspective of indigenous peoples, and in their plans of life, that basically is another implementation mechanism for climate change, respecting the different lifestyles and recognizing that the management plans peoples have nowadays, they are instruments for the implementation of climate policies. So it's very rich to walk around the COP in any space. Indigenous are very present in supporting and strengthening the young indigenous peoples and indigenous associations to be able to make this defense and be there in the participation, and that is a strategic mechanism. Thank you. Thank you, Elcio. What is most pressing here is time. So here, I want to you to give me a short sentence that you associate with the task performed. So, Darío, let's start with you. The microphone no longer wants to sound because we're going over our time. It's truly very difficult to summarize this, but what the Permanent Forum does or delivers is recommendations to states, entities, financial entities, civil society, and the allies of indigenous peoples. We are in an event with one of the most relevant public banks in the region. We want to make the most to recommend or use this opportunity to recommend that in the region, it'll just take me a couple of minutes, but in the region, there is future of indigenous peoples. That's where the largest amount of countries have recognized the indigenous communities, even adopting Convention 169. But also, the region where defending the territory and nature is the riskiest activity. And this is proven by current figures on killings of activists, nature activists, including indigenous leaders. That unbalance needs to be worked on. The first climate action in the world is to stop the criminalization of indigenous people, and a way of moving forward and stopping criminalization of indigenous peoples is to placing their rights as a condition so that states can access loans, credits. If we're going to talk about enterprises for development, we need to include clauses that make these loans conditional to the inclusion of the compliance of the rights of indigenous peoples, so lowering the discrimination rates and including the participation of indigenous peoples in all the stages of the process, as Tania was saying in her speech. And that's where I stop. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dario. As president and student representative and all the different hats I wear, the main role of our organization would be the training in advocacy for young people so that they can not only acquire knowledge through training, scientific knowledge, as he said, but also to have a spiritual connection with the knowledge that we have in our communities so that we can truly have an effect in climate change. That would be the main role of our organizations. What we are doing now, we have projects, but we have no legal documentation yet to be able to apply and run for it and do the work in the territory. This is basically what we want to do through my organization. And I know I don't have a lot of time, so I want to close up with a song called Kotru Verdad. And it's something traditional. I don't know whether we can wrap up with the Cortiltic dance, but what I'm going to share with you now is very relevant for me because my grandma sent it over to me, and this is how it goes.
Aju, de potire koshe aju, de potire koshe aju, de potire koshe aju, de potire koshe aju. Esa es una frase repetitiva, es continuo.
That is a repetitive sentence. This is done after the celebration. I asked for a sign by my grandfather, and it's very significant for me, and it's something that we are all doing. The first word means you. I'm here for you. And Petu means the flower blossoming. So we are all here because the forest is blossoming to once again protect the environment so that we can once again have well-being of us all. So I would like to wrap up with that. Thank you so much, Tanya. I believe humanity is missing something, and it's basically to be delicate. We take things very seriously sometimes, and these conversations, well, we need the delicate part of things, the sensitive part of things. So thank you so much for bringing this music. And Danilo, in or under the hat that you're wearing, do you feel that You need to contribute something to the world. Do you need that? Do you believe everything's been said?
Hacer constantemente.
That is a question we could all ask ourselves.
¿Ha dicho o hay algo que cambiar? Es una tarea.
If everything's been said or there's something more to say, that's a constant. I believe so, and the world I belong to as Arhuaco,
Nosotros, nuestra cultura tiene siglos y
we have
siglos.
a lot to contribute. Our culture is centuries long, and that wasn't all lost. There's a few things we know about Earth, the planets, the water, nature, and maintaining that knowledge and reproducing this knowledge is assuring that there's a light. People may think it's far, but once again, they will need to understand what we understand. The little brother has stepped away from nature, but the future is going back to the lighthouse, to understanding the things that have been forgotten, because there's the sensitivity, intuition, understanding of nature. These are key elements of a human being, and they were lost because the heart turned into glass or into plastic, and there's no feeling anymore, no perception. This happens when you're taken to school and you're all modeled up. They don't teach you how to think, they rather teach you how to repeat. So let's give them better opportunities so that they can interpret the world and read nature, have a better contact, and not having parents imposing their own view of the world. What else? I came here for a reason. I'm forgetting something. We were invited by a bank. I want to have them on our side because we have several ideas. And well, we have the capacity to not depend on third parties or the government, but rather develop our own capacities. Santa Marta, for instance, has a deficit in water, but a company comes and there's a tender granted to them, and well, the water comes out from the mountains where we live, and why can't we create reservoirs and dams and sell the water to Santa Marta, to the city? Why can't we? Why can't we have solar farms connecting to the national grids, and we solve another problem? We recover land for natural regeneration, so more areas for preservation. Those solutions are welcome, and we have the idea, the initiative, and we want to find allies. You have the right to win, yes, but we should win as well. So I came here to conquer wills and friendships and to go back with positive results. Thank you so much. Now, Elicio, from what you've been doing,
Thank you very
how
much,
do you
Halcia. So, what do you think we can leave to the public today? Well, it's true that we work in a conservancy organization, but what's very clear to us is that collaboration and the cooperation between the indigenous peoples have to use nature-based solutions. And we have to have the perspective of indigenous peoples that are territory-based solutions. After everything we've heard and seen, we cannot base ourselves only on a product, bioeconomy, or the energy generation. What's essential here is to really understand that the strengthening of solutions is key. And in many regions of the world, we have to base the solution in strengthening territories. But how do we do that? Well, this brings us to another perspective, which is to not look only at nature-based solutions, but also products we have to come up with alternatives that can help the territory as a whole, the culture, protection, and the most interesting and important aspects that sometimes are perceived as aspects with no value. And then another lesson we've learned is the importance and the strengthening of indigenous governance. So we have to use their structures and governance to implement their solutions and projects to fight against climate change. And hence we have to reinforce indigenous organizations. We have to reinforce their culture, the logic, but not only the modern way of gathering, but also their historic and ancestral organizations. And hence we have to strengthen organizations to us because it's a tool for indigenous governance and preservation. And in this sense, it is also a tool to offer solutions regarding climate change. And I think this is everything we've learned, and this is also the scope of our work. Well, thank you very much, Helicio. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to Francisco Cali. He's the spokesperson of for the United Nations regarding the rights of the indigenous peoples. Actually, well, he was not able to attend, but on his behalf, I'd like to thank all of you. And last but not least, we have Alicia, who will be utter the closing words, and who will also close the ceremony. You have the floor. Well, I'm very sorry because I was talking to some friends. Anyway, I'd like to thank you. That's it. I don't want to say anything else. I wish we had more time to discuss about these topics because it was very moving to be close to you. You know that already. And well, the more I speak, the more I listen to you and I hear what you have to say, the more I realize that being close is not only distance. I think it is very important to bear that in mind, and especially with Guna, I think we should thank her because she's prepared thoroughly this panel. She was the moderator, and we know that sometimes the simple solutions, so stepping outside of a comfort zone, is complicated. So congratulations for everything you did, and congratulations and thank you to all of you for your participation. And the most important thing is that we're going to work hand in hand with all of you. Thank you once again for your attention.
for the CAF to receive this event and the work that we have been developing and supporting. And we are going to get to know it firsthand in this conversation, together with the Environmental Solutions Initiative and the Inter-American Forum for Climate Change of the MIT. And we are here to hold a relevant conversation in the region related to the biogeographic Chocó. The CAF has among its strategic goals to increase by 40% the green financing in the Latin American Caribbean region. Based on a green financing perspective, which is not exclusive for mitigation, it rather includes mitigation, adaptation, biodiversity, and ecosystems. And in order to do that, we have worked on some reflection this year here in the COP on a perspective on the strategic ecosystems in the region and how these strategic ecosystems need to be better known, understood, and additionally, they need to be a context and a reference for investments performed by CAF in the region. So, a thorough and full understanding of the biogeographic structuring. And today, we are devoting this space to work on the biogeographic Chocó, and tomorrow I invite you to tomorrow, 10 in the morning, we will have a specific event as well on the Tumbes region, Tumbes, Chocó, and Magdalena. And this adds up to the work we do every morning in systemic ecosystems. We had Patagonia this morning and is added up to Cerrado, Mata Atlántica, Pantanal, Amazon, Gran Chaco, Bioma Pampa, Patagonia, and the Latin American presence in the Antarctica. All issues related to the Andes, both north and south, the Humboldt area, and mangrove swamps, and everything related to the Caribbean, and the Central American Biological Corridor, Mesoamerican Corridor. So this vision will shed some light and will orient and direct our work in the CAF in the next few years. So thank you for the joint work and for the opportunity to reflect on this particular ecosystem, which is so relevant for the region. We are going to welcome, and I would like to hear first from Marcel Angel from the MIT. She will be moderating, and I'm also going to be part of the conversation. Thank you.
Hola.
Hello. Thank you, Ignacio. It is a great pleasure for us to be here with you, with CAF as host in such a relevant space, and to start placing focus on the biogeographic Chocó, one of the most relevant ecosystems that we have in the region, not because of its scale. It's also an ecosystem shared between 5 countries, but also because of the high level of biodiversity and endemism. We wanted to create this space and to call upon civil society, governments, and to talk about the different priorities on which to create collaboration and community with the countries to solve social and environmental problems of the ecosystem. It is one of the richest in biodiversity, but one suffering the greatest threats. Currently, it is an ecosystem that is being affected by illegal mining. It's being affected by the migration crisis, and it concentrates some of the cities with the highest poverty rates, which at the same time generates an informal organization towards biodiversity hotspots. So the format of this space is that we're going to start with an introduction that has been prepared by Professor Pablo Palacios of the Bavarian University and Angélica Mayo in the MIT Environmental Solutions Initiative. And after the presentation, we will have a discussion. Apologies, but the sound quality is a bit poor. So we are here to start talking about the relevance of some of the challenges we have ahead in the ecosystem and the actions that are being developed from the different countries and some geographies. So, Pablo, please taking the stage with your presentation. Thank you very much, Marcela, and thank you to the CAF for the invitation. And as the colleagues were saying, I want to introduce something that is very important. Historically speaking, biogeographic Choco has had a very significant view in terms of ecosystemic issues, but has left many of the environmental problems to the side. So, firstly, thank you, Alicia, for allowing us to have this space and also for the boost and momentum on this initiative we're trying to make visible. Angelica and myself will be in charge of this presentation. And I want to start by saying why biogeographic Choco is a treasure of nature. Within the hotspots of biodiversity that we have in the world, the biogeographic Choco is a very super important corridor of over 187,000 square kilometers, which covers 4 or 5 countries, depending on who we want to follow. There's Colombia, Panama, Costa Rica, Peru, and Ecuador, and it's one of the regions with greatest endemism in the country. Approximately 25% of the species in the planet emerge in this area of the biogeographic Choco. It has very significant biophysical characteristics, but because the greatest diversities in the country are here in this area, mainly in what we know as the subtropical wet forest and the central rainforest. We also have one of the main carbon capturing areas in the world. And as I was telling you, this normally has been allocated as a biodiversity hotspot where the species have a certain degree of endemism. And when we review the main map of the endemic regions or areas, this is not working, this clicker is not working, around the world, we can see what happens in Latin America and South America. And we look at the main, one of the main hotspots is this area of biogeographic Choco. One may wonder about the other famous ecosystems in Latin America that are no hotspots. The Amazon area, very biodiverse, but it does not reach the endemism rates presented by biogeographic Choco, which is a very relevant feature of why this ecoregion needs a detailed deep dive. Under the conditions, here, what we see is that hotspots normally, or around hotspots in the world, there's 1/3 of the world population. And unfortunately, also in this area, there are the greatest social problems faced by humanity. So migrations, high levels of poverty, and also scarcity in the production of food. This could seem like a dichotomy. Normally, the wealthiest areas in biodiversity present the greatest social problems as well around the world. And within that, in the biogeographic Choco, we can estimate in big groups that 10% of the birds are in some threatened categories. 16% of mammals are also in some threatened category, and amphibians, 39% of the species are also under threat. Remember, in the amphibians, in this last groups, many ecosystems are in the bottom part of the trophic chain, and this shows a marked tendency to the disappearance of many populations. I want to bring this photo because this was taken at the end of the 50s and the beginning of the 60s in the biogeographic Choco. This was the first photo taken by National Geographic of a documentary in Latin America. It was called Buscando Tienes Criaturas, and they were talking about the main link communities had with the natural resources in biogeographic Choco. And the species we're seeing at the bottom is the most poisonous vertebrate in the planet, Poisonatus terribilis, and is also found only in the forests of the Cauca, in the department of Cauca, in the biogeographic Choco, and there's lots of bioprotection areas for medicine. Many pharmaceutical companies are trying to use their compounds, but it was already used for its benefit in the biogeographic Choco back in the day. This territory, with the greatest biodiversities in the planet, super important biological corridor, almost connecting species coming from the north of the continent with the species coming from the south, from Argentina, and in many cases present a great ecosystemic continuity and also greatest threats. I want to now hear from Angelica so that she can talk about these threats. Thank you, Pablo. Unfortunately, an ecosystem with such a high relevance for biodiversity is facing big threats associated to cross-border offenses and criminal groups that have been present in this territory. And what we tried to do was to bring figures on different causes or threats in the biogeographic Choco, especially for Colombia, Ecuador, and Panama. And no doubt, the illegal crops are part of one of the greatest threats in the biogeographic Choco, especially in Colombia and the border between Colombia and Ecuador. The growing of these crops was 52%, which is too high for illegal crops, and 85,000 hectares are nowadays affected by illegal crops in this area, and mainly in Colombia, with growing numbers in the border between Colombia and Ecuador, between Bajo and Alto Migre Frontera. Illegal mining, as well, is another great threat for biodiversity and the communities of biogeographic Choco, not only for Colombia and Ecuador, but there's also illegal mining, according to reports of the UN for criminal organizations in Panama and Costa Rica. And there's figures that struck us because it is estimated that around 30,000 hectares degraded by illegal mining appear to be along the 5 countries, but the figures of what this moves and how it became an income source for many populations is very high, and this is concerning because local communities started to see illegal mining a way of livelihood that they couldn't find formally, and this is something that requires obviously greater social investment and accompaniment by states to revert this source of income. Only in the case of Costa Rica, there's a particular case of Madre de Dios, a place where there is illegal mining, and it is estimated that only in that area around 40,000 people work, which is a totally alarming number. And in the case of the estimates used in Ecuador in 2020, it is estimated and projected that around $600 million were produced only through illegal mining in the province Esmeraldas in Ecuador. These are also very alarming figures around these threats. Species trafficking as well. We have less figures associated only to the biogeographic Choco because obviously for the case of Colombia and Ecuador and Peru, there's also trafficking of species in the Amazon and their countries. But what these 3 countries report is that around 20,000 species only between Colombia and Peru in the last 3 years, there's been reports as seized by actions or trafficking of species. And something that is of utmost criticism and essential is the migration crisis in Colombia and Panama. This requires great efforts by the nations, and it is estimated that since 2021 so far, over 700,000 people have crossed the jungle. This means an effect on ecosystems given deforestation. There's been cutting down of trees, destruction of habitats and species, and the destruction of jaguar habitats, amongst others, in this ecosystem in Darien. And something that Pablo will talk more about are biological diseases, given the passing of refugees, and research is being done on this as well. The offenses that we have today threatening this Choco are all cross-border. This means that they know no borders, and this, of course, means that the states need to have better mechanisms that are better articulated in order to face realities of illegal economies that are nowadays affecting one of the most relevant ecosystems in the planet. So, Pablo will go into this with greater depth. Thank you, Angelica, and also acknowledging that species have no limits or borders, as we humans have. So, regarding what Angelica was saying, we don't normally think that the effects of human migrations have consequences, or there's not many estimates on the effects of human migrations on biodiversity. This is a study published a few time ago in the Science Journal with around 40 colleagues around the world, showing the quantification of species of amphibians lost around the world in the last 100 years. And these results shed light on the fact that in the area of Central America and South America, in the area of biogeographical Choco, is the area that historically has lost more species in the last 100 years of this relevant group, which is a basic part of the trophic chain. And it is also, in many cases, used as an indicator of the quality of ecosystems. So it shows that migrations performed between the last 100 years brought on many emergent diseases towards these populations of animals that make them disappear. And the case of Ongotitrido that started its origin in Asia, and it migrated very quickly in bags, in boots and clothes of many of the people who migrated towards this area of the world and brought the disease that appeared, as you can see there, and that killed all the species. It is very relevant because sometimes we only look at migrations and the relevance of migrations in a context where humans are affected, but they're also affecting very significantly the different traffic chains and the sensitivity of ecosystems, to the point that this group, as I was showing you in the figure, holds almost 32% of threatened species or extinct even. I would now like to hear from Angelica again. She will continue. Thank you so much. I just would like to add that there are some social and economic challenges referred to the threats of the ecosystem. Unfortunately, that region also concentrates the social and financial gaps that are the largest within a country, specifically in Colombia and Ecuador. When we look at the rates of poverty in the Colombian Pacific area, we find cities with Buenaventura and Tobacco that have poverty rates that are twice the national amount. And if we look at Ecuador, Esmeralda and San Lorenzo also have a high concentration of poverty. And there's an ecosystem in Panama and Bocas del Toro. There's a high concentration of poverty there as well. This is related, of course, to the weakening of the presence of the state in those territories with lots of natural wealth, but also given the demographic composition and the presence of ethnic groups. The threats we were talking about, illegal crops, trafficking of species, there's a high concentration of communities that are indigenous and African descendants, and the great challenge on how to develop greater governance in the case of countries such as Colombia and Ecuador that recognize collective territories on part of these territories with high diversity. And also the reflection we have it that there's a limited institutional capacity locally. So in those municipalities, in the face of all the challenges it has, and that's the reason why greater efforts by states are required in these territories. Finally, we want to close up with reflections and food for thought. Are the mechanisms countries have enough? Those countries in the Choco to have cross-border actions that can protect biodiversity in the communities. We have CIMAR, as you know, is the corridor, marine corridor, very much concentrated in protected marine areas, and from our standpoint has no comprehensive view of sustainable development or growth. On the biogeographic Choco area, we have cabinets between Colombia and Ecuador, Colombia and Peru. For sound, sorry, apologies, we can't translate if the sound is not good. But we continue thinking that comprehensively we need to respond to the challenges of these countries. It is necessary to hold discussions on more efficient dialogues that will they will work together, and protecting these terri, nature and communities requires to strengthen actions and collaborative measures with all the different countries. Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you, Alicia, for the space, Sebastian, as well. We have felt your support in Panama and Colombia, and we hope we can contribute technical elements from the Academy so that this discussion translates into actions for our countries. Thank you so much.
Gracias, Angélica y Pablo, por esta
Thank you,
perspectiva.
Angelica and Pablo, for this general perspective. I would now like to hear from Sebastián and Alicia to start talking about the first question we have. What are the main challenges and the priorities in each one of the countries regarding the protection of biodiversity and the improvement of the quality of life of local communities that inhabit the biogeographic Choco in their countries? And precisely the goal of this question is to start identifying where are the points where we have common challenges and where are there differences, because it is also important when we talk about this ecosystem to not be homogeneous, but rather to start understanding in detail what are some of the priority points. Before I go into that, I would like to tell you that part of this endemism that we have in the biogeographic Choco, which differentiates that from the Amazon, is that 300 million years ago, Panama emerged and it allowed for the migration of species from north to south and from south to north. And this is what makes us different from any other similar ecosystem in the world. In the case of Panama, we have 6 hydroclimate regions. This Darien region is where rainfall will increase the most at 30, 50, and 70 considerably. And daily temperatures, not too much, but the minimum night temperatures, so maximum day temperatures will not increase too much, but the minimum night temperatures will increase. And why is that temperature so relevant? Because it affects biodiversity. We have 4 frogs that have disappeared in Panama. It's been documented, and this is because of a fungus, a mushroom, and this has affected them because of the increase of the minimum night temperature. There'll be an increase of moisture and rainfall, a very big one, with an increase of the minimum night temperature in the case of Panama for this region. But for Bocas del Toro, there's another essential change, which is one of the regions where rainfall will drop the most. The changes that we are going to see in the Cocle Forest, Bocas del Toro in the north, is totally different. There is a significant increase of the maximum daily temperatures, a significant increase of the minimum night temperatures, and a reduction, a very relevant reduction of rainfall. I'm going to give you an example. Very close to the forest area of Bocas del Toro, there's the plantations, banana plantations, and this has been there for 104 years. For the first time last year, there was drop irrigation placed in these banana plantations in 104 years. They never needed irrigation. Rainfall was enough. And in 30, 50, and 70, this will become more severe because of the climate change. So this is something that complicates not only biodiversity, but how also we should handle this with the communities that live there. These communities need to adapt to these new conditions because not only because of food safety, but also because of public health care. In the case of Darien, we had in the National Darien Park, which is human heritage, we have indigenous populations in the regions, but also Afro-descendants and mixed communities. In Darien, there's no city. We don't have a city. We have very small communities, and there's hardly no public presence. This has been the case for many years. Part of the reason is that the road to join Panama and Darien has always been a road that has been very difficult to maintain because of rainfall, and now it'll be even more difficult, and the communications between the different indigenous communities, the mixed communities and indigenous, as well as Afro-descendants, is done on the river, not on roads, and this will increase the complexity in terms of increasing the conditions of these communities, how to adapt to climate change, how to develop a bioeconomy in them that would allow them to be sustainable over time without the need of always having somebody giving them things rather than having their own bioeconomy built. And in the case of Bocas del Toro, we basically see Afro-descendant population, although they also have a border with the Nove region, which is indigenous people. There's a lot of tourist development in Bocas del Toro, but these communities receive no profit. And there's no cities either. There's just small villages and the touristic facilities of the island. So improving life conditions there, trying to promote in these communities the profitability of bioeconomy that allow them to be sustainable over time and not depend on any government, foundation, external financing. There is an activity close to the forest area of the indigenous population, agroforestry in terms of cocoa and coffee. Very good quality because with lower rainfall, there's greater quality of cocoa and coffee, and it's being exported. These are entrepreneurships of indigenous people. This provides them sustainability. Still small, but they can be increased to other communities that are in the bordering area of the forest in Bocas del Toro. So there's lots of challenges and problems ahead. So I am very hopeful in the consolidation of this initiative because we owe it to the population.
Bueno, buenas noches, ¿cómo están? Un
Good
gusto y muchas gracias.
evening. How are you? Thank you very much for this invitation. It is a great pleasure to be here. It's been several years wondering these questions or asking ourselves these questions about biogeographic Choco and Marcela Aragon, your question and the challenges. We've mentioned them in the presentations of Angelica and Pablo. It's a region marked by a very clear sensitivity to changes and vulnerability before the impacts of climate change, but also vulnerability, historical vulnerabilities that have been accumulated. This is a region that has a permanent balance, very delicate balance, and also compressed in some continental development views and ocean views that are not fully consolidated. And always from the geographical standpoint, we sometimes forget we have the Pacific ahead. We focus on the geography because we like to have our feet on the land, but we forget about the Pacific, and there's world commerce, Southeast Asia, and developed economies that are much more consolidated. And of course, the movement of our countries in that direction and an infrastructure that marked the development of our entire region for almost 2 centuries now, history of North America and South America. So how do we join these views in a region that is trapping biodiversity, still vulnerable, and that doesn't consolidate this development perspective with all these variables that are so difficult? So I would say that together with these sensibilities and vulnerabilities, there's governance institutions. What are these institutions and how are they consolidated? What are the ways of government in biogeographic Choco in Colombia? Occupancy in this territory has a collective perspective. It is Afro-Colombian communities that have the territory, and after many years, even the ownership of the territory is not properly regulated. We have the first decrees being emitted in this region.
That says a lot regarding the legal frameworks, because ownership of land is very important, and sometimes this is not legislated enough. So we have many things to do in order to make these legal frameworks effective. So we have to have the necessary capacity to develop even further and to merge together the outlooks that we have. And they might not necessarily match the outlooks of the different states and governments, because we have an ancestral and ethnic outlook. And this is the next challenge, I'd say. How can we merge together different ways of governance that are not used to speak between them, that are not perceived as equal, that cannot come to an agreement within their diversities? So how can we have some mergers of different outlooks so that everything is not centralized? We have to have these polycentric perspectives and approaches, and we have to have the capacity to develop even further, because the capacity of every community is unique. The Afro-Colombian category is a community that is quite diverse on its own, by the way. We also have the Cauca, South Choco, North Choco, South Choco, Pacific area. So I understand that we cannot use one single category But the problem is that whenever we want to make them merge into one single category, well, that's just not possible. So we have to really understand what the diversity is. And I think this is a very important challenge because the institutions are not always ready for that. And they are not prepared to face the challenge. And actually, in Central America, we've been working with an institution or let's say with an integrated Central American system. And I think they've actually had a close look at what the protection corridor means. And I think they are applying some legal frameworks that could be adapted in the region of Chaco. And of course, we have to have a constructive outlook together with the local communities and know what the legal framework is and the institutions that are operating there are. So if we think of this and we say, oh, so this has happened already in other regions like the Amazon region, as we saw before, so then we can do more about that. And we've been talking about that for 30 years now. And up to now, we've been trying to talk about a multilateral outlook of public investment in a specific territory. And this is very complicated to achieve because we need to have, again, a holistic vision. So we need multiple governance that are multipolar, multicentric, and very diverse in its biological form, but they have to converge and merge into a single vision. And we have to know where we can do that and how we can do that in terms of investments, for example. So we have to have an idea of where we want to go and what direction we want to follow. And this is very important to us, but it's very difficult because we have 9 Amazon countries. So what's the Amazon vision? Or what's the vision to develop the Chaco region? It's the same thing. And it's more complicated for us because we didn't have the 30 years of development that the Amazon had. And I think that the figures that were shown before are here to say. And the way in which the diversity of plants and bushes is diminishing is drastic. We have less and less trees in a single hectare, and this is a huge challenge, as I said before. And we have no time to be so enthusiastic regarding a multilateralism because we want to foster innovation. Of course, I don't know what public innovation will be facing, but I want to understand that in the transition, mining, and oceanic region, we have a lot of ethnic richness, and we have to overcome the dilemmas that we're facing in our regions and the differences that there are between energy transition that has to be fair and good management of resources. And I think that we could go for a third way, and I have it here, which is how could we come up with trans-border policies regarding climate. So what we're learning out of these regions is that the problems do not limit themselves to the Colombian borders, they go beyond. So we have to have this trans-border perspective, because we have a dramatic displacement of people. So I have to know who they are, where they live, why they are moving on a single basis. I have to have this information, and that might be the next cycle. So we have to also come up with initiatives that are related to adaptation solutions. I think this leads to the next question, which is, what are these actions concretely? What are the actions that are being fostered by every country in which we can have the opportunity to cooperate and collaborate from the strengths and from what we've been building so far? We've been working on SN2 to increase the ambition level that we had up to now. And for the first one, we had a mitigation and adaptation approach. And we did it in parallel with the long-term strategy. Actually, we've advanced 70%, I'd say, and we expect to publish it by March. However, it's true that our approach was an integrated approach in terms of mitigation. And we've lived 3 crises: biodiversity, pollution, and climate change. So how are they intertwined? How are they interrelated? And one of these sectors that are most affected is, of course, forests, seas and coasts, where mangroves play an important role, or marine rays, and also biodiversity. So these 3 sectors are there to preserve, conserve, and guarantee that we are negative in carbon. So 68% of the Panama territory is covered by forests. Out of these percentage, 33% of it are protected areas. So the other 7 sectors have to follow the same way and path. And we also have to think of communities, because communities sometimes are very vulnerable. We did a study on marine dynamics from now to 2050, and we have located 63 communities that in the short and medium term will be affected by the sea level increase, and actually they will be wiped out of the world if the sea level keeps rising. So right now, we are working with local indigenous communities that in January or beginning of February will be the first communities that have been displaced. First, we have the Auriala community, which consists of 1,200 people, so 300 families that will be moved from the island to the mainland. And there's another group that will move again from an island to the mainland. And there's also the case of a community that will be affected by the rising level of a river by which they live. So they expect to move in 2 years' time. But these communities have been, protected, and we had to provide some water supply, schools, nurseries, hospitals, yeah, but we still miss things, and now we are awaiting a proposal to be able to implement for every one of them good living conditions. So we are gathering international funding to create a good and healthy agri-food sector, so that they can have their own means to subsist. They have the right of having a good diet, of having a surplus that they can trade, so that they can be present in the value chain and add value. But the big challenge is to have a very well-planned strategy ahead, to know what those 63 communities will be moved in the short term, which ones will be moved in the medium term, and which ones will be moved in the long term. And it's very complicated to know that, because if we move them to the private sector, it will be very costly. So that's why I think it's very useful to have defined the fund of damages and losses, because it enables the creation of some projects, and we have to analyze everything from different angles to be able to make the right decision and plan ahead what we have to do. And in this sense, we have to know that these communities, again, 63 communities, the biggest one, by the way, is in the Atlantic area, and their danger is related to the corridor. But we have to take care of that and take that into consideration at all times. Well, if you compare that to what we're doing right now, I'd like to say 2 things, essentially. Well, yesterday, our president announced an idea of a country-based portfolio, which will be launched as a platform, I'd say. And right now, we are saying and we're mentioning in these pavilions of what a country-based platform means. We cannot use isolated climate policies. Everything has to be joined together. We cannot have in silos policies regarding human development or economy. No, we have to bet on peace, and this is a problem in Colombia. The problem in Colombia is not that we emit a lot of greenhouse effects. The problem in Colombia is that we kill each other and we do not ensure minimum conditions to have a good living. So in Colombia, usually we have climate action and actions for peace. And it's true that the government now has a total peace policy, and human rights will be the triggering actions, actually. And actually, this is what I mentioned during my first intervention. Now, during these 2 weeks, we will be talking about the world balance. So what are the policies that we're going to foster and promote? Are we going to triple renewable energies? Are we going to double energy efficiency? And well, if we triple the renewable energies, we will have to multiply by 5 the mining industry. Can you believe that? And this cannot be a mere addition of gigawatts. No, we have to change it. We have to stop using fossil fuels, and the electrification also plays an important role here. We have to take a look at it and to change the energy consumption, because 60% of the energy produced by Colombia is just wasted because there's a lack of efficiency. So what can we do? We're talking about $5 billion a year here. So we cannot have an isolated look. I think that we have to go beyond. And in the case of the national contribution, in the case of Colombia, we have incorporated an element which is called human rights and human security, so that we don't get distracted of other superfluous matters. Because, well, maybe you're going to think, no, we have to build a harbor or a port here because the important thing is the economy. No, we've got to stop doing this. We have to stop putting the economy always at the core. And the problem here is human development and transportation, and we have to know what's important, what's primeval here, what prevails. I think in this case it will be the ancestral policies. So if we put on a balance water supply and the urban planning, we might think, okay, so what industrial processes do I have? Where I'm going to be located? Maybe I have to resettle some people. And these two elements are very complex and they're very much intertwined, and they're going to take place in Colombia. We have to have water policies and total peace policies. One goes with the other, and we have to focus on them. This is what we did, and that's why we created a country-based platform, and the country on the president announced a plan of $32 billion. And that will be the cost of generating those first transformations. And I think these would be one of the most important topics that I'd like to tackle. And as for what we're doing right now, I think that we are strengthening the dialogue mechanisms, and this is something that we do not do enough. It is not easy to, well, do collective policy. We are very much used, in the case of Colombia, to do a centralized policy that stems from the big capitals, and they're very difficult to be implemented because the citizens are just perceived as beneficiaries of the policies that generate in the capital, and this should not be the case. I think that the CNS could actually have a more participative approach, I'd say, to see how we prioritize these actions. Thank you very much. It is a cross-sectional topic, of course, which is very interesting, and we have some other topics which go beyond borders. So, from a cross-border collaboration and having here Panama and Colombia, what alternatives would you suggest? Where do you think we're going to start these routes of collaboration? Thank you. The first route would be the so-called migration route, and it affected badly the World Heritage and the national park that is next to the border. And we have to understand that these migrants are socio-economic migrants. They are not climate migrants. They are deforesting the route they are crossing. They are accumulating waste, and there is an accumulation of waste that's quite important. It's true that they don't spend there a lot of time, but the flow doesn't cease. It doesn't stop. And then they go to the Costa Rica border, they stay there for a week, and they move forward. But as this flow is continuous, there is soil pollution, a water pollution too, and a negative impact for biodiversity. So I think that we should start by that. And then we should be able to share experiences that we all may have in our two countries. We should start and launch bio-entrepreneurship in terms of economy, because it's true that we have a very good quality crafts that's even exported. So we might learn from each other to know how they create crafts, so that they fully understand that they have to preserve the forest so that they can continue having their way of life. They might also work as eco tourist guides to be part of this value chain, and so that the tourists can live everything firsthand, and that we can even add as part of the promotion the improvement of water footprint and carbon footprint. However, I think that in order to preserve the biological corridor, the first thing we've got to do is to have under control the socio-economical migration and exchange information too, because Colombia has launched several projects in terms of bioeconomy, and we should learn from them. Well, yes, I think that we could come up with many collective actions. But if we go to the core of the issue, which unfortunately is always the same recurrent topic, where does finances come from, and also the investments that we require, because it's only the public sector, the ones that are working, which is water pipelines and river and port infrastructures. Well, mainly regarding rivers, because as you were saying, it's true that in our case we use more rivers than seas. But anyway, this is taken care of by the public government, by the public policies. Of course, it's very useful, but there is no profitability. There is no investor that would be thinking, oh, that's a great idea, I'm going to go there, I'm going to have a great return on investment. No, for several decades, no. And this is the responsibility of states and nations. So we live in a rich and biodiverse region, but then it's true that debt is very complicated too. And another outlook that I'd like to share with you is how to fund cross-border action that's based on debt instruments with donors, funds, bonds. And it's true that there is also the risk of default and non-payments, and especially now that we are in crisis, or we might increase the interest rate, or we might not have access to the credit. So it's always very risky. And this is the case of our country, and we should share the risk, because we have the importance of philanthropy here, because these funds want to invest on these actions, and they want to put nature as a guarantor. And that's why we could work more to institution these actions. And for example, in the case of the Chaco region, we could even soothe or decrease the debt with some key performance indicators, because KPIs are very important for banks. Latin American banks love talking about that instead of human rights. And they love talking about indicators, key performance indicators, not GDP, but key performance indicators. So if the KPI is human development, what I have to do is just conservation and preservation. That's it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite the rest of the panelists in case you wanted to add a final comment regarding the three topics that we raised: the opportunities of collaboration, cross-border collaboration, challenges, and some of the actions that are going to take place. I only wanted to add that most of the threats that we have today are related to security problem or a safety issue sometimes, because the government is and the state is not present enough on the lands, and we have to ensure that the rights of the people that are living in the communities are respected and protected. So we have to reinforce the presence of the nation on those territories and to guarantee minimum living conditions so that we can develop the rest of policies. Well, I'd like to add in a very brief way too the following. It's a cross-border solution problem, so the solutions have to be also cross-border, and we have to foster the cooperation between institutions. Fortunately, the academia in the region collaborates a lot in terms of the countries that I'm going to mention, which are Colombia, Peru, Panama, Costa Rica, and so many more. So we have to make the right decisions, and we have to be ready to establish a recovery cross-border solution, which is very important in every single aspect of the world. And as Angelica was saying, I think we are facing one of the biggest challenges of the world in our territories, and that's a fact. And that's why it is important that the solution comes from different stakeholders to face it. Thank you so much. I think this debate was very interesting. I'd like to share my vision. I'd like to use the message of integration in two different categories. One is the analysis. I'm going to take the example of geobiography. We have to consider the importance of ecosystems, but we also have to acknowledge what is happening now and what can be done in the future. But other than this, other than these questions that are related to biological and climate dimensions, we cannot disregard security and economy, and these topics were raised. Actually, we have to ensure the good living conditions of these communities. That's the first thing. We have to understand the scenario. We have to understand the context and the integration logic. And second of all, in terms of solution, and so that we are able to build a real solution, I think we should refer to the international and cross-border solution, and also the regional solutions, because we should mention the concept of an academia that dialogues, that speaks, And that's why we should create maybe some micro spaces to foster dialogue. But these are parts of the puzzle that can help build a broader picture. And we have now institutions at a national or regional level that, even if they're not really embedded in some treaties, for example, or in some agreements, I think that still they are going to help improve and increase that process. And the CAF is also an important player at the regional level because they are starting to incorporate towards green funding a logic that goes beyond mitigation because they want to take care of ecosystems. And we have to know how this is expressed in the reality of the Latin American and Caribbean region. And we have to treat ecosystems as an understanding region so that we can come up with good solutions. So I'd like to underline the importance of these integrated solutions. I think the message is very clear here, and I've learned quite a lot, so thanks for that. And the leadership is very clear. Governments and policies, regardless of whether they're national or international, have to foster these visions. I think there's still a lot of work to do, without a shadow of a doubt, but also, I think that the opportunities that are there, well, we have to seize them. Thank you very much for that, Ignacio. Well, I think that it is clear that when we talk about the Chaco region, the biodiversity, pollution, and climate change crises are very much intertwined and interrelated. I'm not only talking about the historical vulnerabilities that are accumulated throughout the years, but also regarding raising awareness campaigns of these ecosystems that have to take place. And that's why we've got these cycles or these turning points or tipping points on which we have to focus. Our role from MIT, from academia, and the reason why we have fostered this debate is to know what the turning point is to fight for the Chaco region, because as it was said, it's one of the richest ecosystems in the region, but at the same time, it's a hotspot for biodiversity. And we can see some early signs of deterioration. And again, we are just at the beginning of a project to which you are very much invited to participate and to cooperate. That will be very fruitful for the Chaco region. Thank you very much for your attention.